Yeah? Derek? Eric? Yeah. Rochelle? She said yes. All right. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I now call the Rocklin Unified School District Board of Education study session for October 7th, 2020 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Camille Mabin. Derek Counter.
Here.
Eric Stevens.
Here.
Rochelle Price. Here. Rick Miller.
Here. If I could ask everyone to stand, and I'll lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. So let me just start by saying this meeting is being held pursuant to the procedure established in Executive Order N-2920 issued by California Governor Gavin Newsom on March 17, 2020 in response to COVID-19. The public may view this meeting through RUSD's YouTube channel, live stream, and provide public comment through the links on the RUSD website, as well as on the board agenda. Since this is a study session, the board will only be accepting written public comment this afternoon. You can find instruction on how to submit a written public comment under agenda item 2.1. There is still a 3-minute limit per person. 1 comment per person per item, and we will be reading them, not reading them aloud. Written public comment will not be read aloud during the meeting, although the board will pause to read written comments during the meeting. So with that, I think we'd like to get, and I actually should start and say thank you so much for being here. We deeply appreciate it. I can't tell you how much we've been looking forward to this conversation. So excited to actually engage and talk deeply into it. And with that, I think I'm gonna ask this side of the table, Dr. McDonald, Flowers, and Hannah are gonna, nope, I'm wrong, of course. It's not in my notes, so it can't be real, but I'm told, Superintendent Stock, you're gonna take us away. So Superintendent Stock.
Again, President Miller, trustees, and colleagues, again, want to thank the principals and staff from Valley View, Parker, Whitney, Granite Oaks, Whitney High School, and RVC for taking time after a long day of teaching, and I'm sure duties at home to take care of as well for your families, to spend a few hours with us this evening. Really deeply appreciate that. And also like to acknowledge our labor partners, our TPA, as part of the conversation. As I've shared since March, the COVID pandemic has forced everyone, especially teachers and principals, to create their job at least 3 times over in the last 7 months, whether it be spring crisis distance learning to the more comprehensive complete distance learning of the fall and the current hybrid learning model. This has taken immense creativity, innovation, and collaboration, and an extraordinary amount of time from each of you. As superintendent, I could not be prouder of our school district tackling the challenges and being willing in the spirit of continuous improvement and, frankly, humility in our leadership and work by adapting and making changes as we learn more. The real goal tonight of this segment of the board study session is not to make decisions, but to learn by listening and through dialogue. Our board, I know, and I appreciate a chance to engage with practitioners involved in the daily work with students, our teachers and principals, and we'll have a smaller segment at the end of the evening around discussing a naming of the elementary school. No decision made tonight. But with that, I'm going to turn over to Dr. McDonald and Mr. Flowers to facilitate this portion of the study session.
Thank you, Superintendent Stock. Good afternoon. We don't typically say that, but we're glad to be here and welcome our special guests and thank them as Superintendent Stock did as well. We're here tonight to talk about educating in unprecedented times. Just a quick overview of today's workshop. We will be viewing distance and hybrid learning through the lens of our RUSD priorities, which are continuous improvement, equity, and collaboration. As you can see, you'll be hearing reports from our elementary sites and secondary sites, as well as RVC. For this next part, we'll quickly go over the distance learning survey results, but we will be available to take questions at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Thank you, Mr. Flowers. I'm going to, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here with us this afternoon. I think it's going to be a great conversation. Just to quickly reconnect with our RUSD priorities, if you've seen Simon Sinek's Golden Circle, you'll notice the ripoff we made for our circle, but I think a good one. The center is the most important thing, and for here it's equity. And even in unprecedented times, we're committed to providing educational excellence for all students and striving to reach them all, even given the constraints. And that next circle is the how, and our how is collaboration, as Superintendent Stock mentioned. We always say our USD is a family and that together we're greater than the sum of our parts. Speaking for myself and hopefully other people, I feel like a testament to this is what we've accomplished since March. The closing on March 13th in the last 6 months, a tremendous amount of work and innovation has happened in many different models, and we only did that because everybody pitched in. It was a great team effort, and I look forward to more of that going forward. Finally, this focus on continuous improvement. We are committed to learning in all our endeavors. We want to utilize reflection and feedback and data to adapt and improve, and this evening's all about that. We're going to look at data, we're going to hear from practitioners, and hopefully we're going to come out of tonight with some new ideas and a new way forward. Also wanted to reconnect the board meeting on August 5th when we talked about distance learning, it seems like centuries ago, but we did make some promises in terms of progress monitoring. We said we would get feedback from teachers, parents, and students. We'd look at student engagement and attendance, and we'd bring some achievement data back to the board. So the next segment is going to be just that. We're going to review the survey instrument, some ARIES data, wellness data, some baseline achievement data, and share that back with you. Again, like Mr. Flowers said, we're going to try to talk fast and stay on track because we know that you want to hear from practitioners, which is why we're here tonight, but we're happy to answer questions at the end of this. Ms. Anderson.
Okay, great, thank you. The first set of data we're looking at is the second time we're bringing this to you. We originally brought you this data set at the September 16th board meeting. This is showing our engagement data. So remember, we track engagement slightly differently than we track attendance. So if a student is in attendance, but they are not engaging with the work, teachers have the ability to track that so that we can try to re-engage these students. It's a measure that was put into SB 98 in order for us to try to keep students engaged with their learning and have a mechanism within our district for us to connect with those who are not connecting readily with us. So this data does overall show an improvement in our connectivity and engagement across our all student group, but also within our student groups in elementary. You can see that we still do have in that 1 to 2 days of disengagement, we still do have a higher number than our all student group, but we are working to close that gap. But we specifically have closed that gap when it comes to the more days of disengagement. And once you get up into that 6+ range, we really have been able to address those needs as we moved further into distance learning and now into hybrid. We can move on to secondary. So in secondary, just a reminder that we can't necessarily compare the elementary to the secondary data because secondary looks at periods of disengagement, and you can see in middle school alone there are 7 periods where students have attendance taken. So it is actually possible for a student to have all 6 of those codes happen in one school day. When digging deeper in the data, we recognize that that wasn't really happening. If a student was disengaged, it was happening 1 or 2 periods out of one single school day. Typically, we would see patterns for that student. And those are things that can be addressed because we're tracking these in ARIES, and then we're also following up on a Google form, and then that's triggering for the school site to have meetings and connect with these families and students. So if we move to the next slide.
Can I jump in on before?
You can, absolutely.
So I hope what we can do is make this as much of a dialogue as possible and probably engage a little more. So did you have a question as well? You want to ask your question first? Then go ahead. And then we're all going to ask questions first, and then we'll...
Okay. Can I actually push us into the next slide really quickly? And
Mine's
then...
on this slide. Though.
Yes, okay, no problem.
Do you want to talk about this slide? Well, so first of all, I'd say I thought this was exciting to see. First, I think it's important to note that we're talking about distance learning and no distance learning. This is half distance learning to them. This is not including hybrid learning. But the notion that we're capturing more kids are engaged than before, says a lot. But I was equally struck by the gaps that persist, shockingly so. And so we made huge gains, but then when we look at our subgroups, they didn't make large. So African Americans did better. Hispanic kids in particular seem to have no better connection the second half than the first half when everyone else did. Do you have any hypothesis on why that is and how we can think about that? So
one of the pieces that I do want to point out is that is that we do know that the disengagement in this second round, we had very few periods of disengagement due to technology.
Okay.
So we know that that was a barrier that we were able to address. That seemed to happen more at the beginning of the school year.
Okay.
One of the pieces that we also know is that the second half of this data is actually looking at disengagement in that first week of hybrid.
Yeah.
So if I want to be completely honest with you, I want to say that there was very few codes of disengagement that even happened in that first week of hybrid. So we're really actually capturing 1 week of data in this data set, because we have found that how we can actually capture disengagement or engagement in hybrid is particularly challenging. And we know that we need to address and create a plan that works better for teachers when it comes to tracking engagement. It's hard for us we know that we have students in our classrooms, right? And we know that our teachers are actually connecting with those who are not connecting with them, right? We've heard from teachers, we're listening to them, and we hear that they are reaching out and making the connections with the students who aren't logging in on the asynchronous day or on the at-home day, or who aren't paying as close attention when they're sitting in front of them. We know our teachers are reaching out to them, but to go back into the computer system later in the day and track it in that way or fill out another form has just been particularly challenging.
So I appreciate
So
that.
that's where we want to work
I appreciate that. I think it's fair to say it's only a week, and I shouldn't read too much into it. On the other hand, it was a consistent drop, except for subgroups. The fact that homeless went up, the fact that it's been, like, that's concerning even. So I won't read too much into the 1 week, but I do think it's something for us to very clearly note, understand, the homeless in particular, why, like, it's not logical to me. So so making sure we're not missing something, it's not actually just a quirk in the 1 week, but there's actually something going on that we should be aware of.
And interesting as well that we reached out individually to every homeless and foster youth student over the last 2 weeks period of time and made personal phone calls home to all these families from the school sites. And families are reporting that their children are engaged in distance learning and are participating. And so we also recognize that we have somewhat of a disconnect there between how we're tracking and how we're seeing that engagement. We are looking too at addressing this through bringing in these groups during their at-home day. And we have that started at a number of elementary schools already, and are working on finding staff and space to start that at our secondary schools to make sure that these most at-risk subgroups are actually coming to school every day and don't then therefore have that ability to be
I get that, I knew
disengaged.
that, which I'm excited about, but the data doesn't show that. It shows the
Right.
opposite, which I was disconcerting. Sorry, did you?
Okay, so, thank you, Rick. I was just curious, and I think you answered it, the conversation around handling asynchronous versus synchronous and getting to that data, and then from a high school standpoint, if we're doing a 4x4 and we have 4 classes, if you get to 5 or 6 plus, you're assuming that it's over multiple days?
Yes.
Okay.
So this would have been tracking data anytime that, for example, a student could have gotten to 6+ by having 1 period of disengagement on 6 separate days. Or in the case of high school, they could have had 1 day where they had 4 periods of disengagement and another day where they had 2 periods. It was a sum total of the disengagement by student over that period of time.
Gotcha. And I understand it's difficult to capture, but do we have a plan to at least measure this from an asynchronous standpoint? Because I would say when in high school, I think, I can go from my own experience, my kid logs in for about 10 minutes and then you'll never see him. So you're only going to pick up every other day.
I am confident that is something that, as we look at a plan to address asynchronous and how do we track disengagement in different ways, I am confident that we can figure out how to be just looking at the group that is at home.
Okay.
I just want to add to that, just on a side note, CDE just came out Friday with other ways to measure this, because I think when they initially came out with SB 98, there's one way, and as other districts are struggling with this, especially with the asynchronous,
Yeah.
you do a daily check-in, that doesn't mean the student's participating.
Totally.
And so they're looking at additional ways, all which we'll be looking at.
Rochelle, did you? Okay, great. Sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, did you want it? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Camille, is your mic on?
You may be getting to this in a bit, but in your comments, you said, you know, we've developed some strategies to improve. And I was just wondering, what are those? I mean, it sounds like technology-wise, we did hotspots or we got kids what they needed, at least in the beginning. But I was just wondering, are you going to at some point talk about those strategies?
I think when we get to our site reports, we'll be able to hear, and then we can come back at next steps at the end. If that didn't come out or get highlighted by our schools, then we can address that at the end. We definitely have ways we've improved.
Excellent.
Okay, so what we've learned from engagement, I actually think I covered with those questions. So I want to move us into this next section, and we'll begin to talk about our survey.
So these are just highlights from the distance learning survey, and as you know, we surveyed parents and guardians, students, and staff. So I'll just quickly go over some of these highlights. Nearly 70% of staff and guardians felt students had 4+ hours of screen time daily. Interesting that 37% of students stated they had 4 to 6 hours of screen time. 47% they said they had 6 hours or more. 91% of our staff felt that more than 70% of students participated in distance learning daily. But of that, 60% actually said it was more like 90%. So we had really good participation during distance learning. Go ahead, Eric.
So this is phrased in terms of screen time. So would that include asynchronous time that students were watching videos, potentially? Okay, so that's literally how the surveys were worded. It was just screen time. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
The last one, and this consistent, going back and talking to staff as well, motivation was the highest ranked barrier challenge identified by all 3 groups. Available support and access to technology were also ranked high as barriers and challenges. Next, please.
Mike, please.
Yeah.
Derek.
Sorry, just question. Just motivation is as a student, I'm not motivated to be on the screen?
Exactly. If you're at home and if mom and dad are at work, are you motivated to do 6 hours of work? So.
And that's what we saw in the other part of that survey was the difference between distance learning last year and this academic year was
And we have a
clearly
slide.
that was by far. Did I jump ahead? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we have a slide coming up. Next, please. Again, just a quick review. Synchronous learning, daily check-in, and required accountability were all identified as helpful. As you recall, last year at the spring, it held harmless, made it difficult for some students to participate. And then this last dot here, a combined average of 75 on a sliding scale, and that's with 50 being the same. How would you rank your distance learning experience now as we started this school year? You can see parents and guardians, 77, staff 81, and students 68.
So this next slide actually gets into that comparison data that you wanted to look at. So this is great. We had a drastic increase in the percentage of parents and students when we asked in this fall time who reported having a high percentage of synchronous learning. So this September, 69% said over 50%, 69% of parents or guardians reported over 50% of their students' learning was synchronous, meaning live interaction on the computer with their teacher, okay? Versus that was 14% last May, reported that over 50% was spent in that way, right? Actually, 93% said last year that over 50% was spent on their own, right? So that was a drastic change from last spring to now. And students actually reported the same. Students reported even higher than the parents or guardians reported for them. They said 74% of them felt that they were spending over 50% of their day, over their school day, working directly with their teacher online. So moving into our social, emotional, and wellness data, this comes to us from Wellness Together, who we partner with to provide our school-based mental health support. And this year, we have actually increased at the majority of our elementary schools, our service hours for our mental health specialists to work with students. And we continue to have the same level of service at our middle and high schools that we have in past years. The interesting piece about this is that we actually have had a decrease in referrals for the mental health services this school year. We do have one school that is fully utilizing those supports, and that is Rocklin Elementary. We also, Wellness Together has also been offering in-classroom presentations, virtual, but presentations. And for those presentations, students would learn about emotional regulation and self-care skills and social skills. So those would be presentations that the mental health specialist can actually give in the classroom. We also have seen a change this year in the types of referrals that are coming in to Wellness Together. So in past years, the referral type is typically for self-regulation. As you would imagine, it's in the classroom learning, right? And students are getting refers to who are having more of those extrinsic type behaviors. This year, the referrals are greatest for sadness or low mood, worry, and then at the secondary level, recent major life transition. Those seem to be the highest reasons or rates of referral, which I think we can also expect given the pandemic. The difficulty with those types of referrals, though, is that because they are more intrinsic type of behaviors, they don't always get seen on a screen, right? And this goes back to some of what we spoke about at the September 16th meeting around needing to be more public about the mental health supports that we're offering in our schools. So on the next slide, you'll see some of the pieces that we've
Do you know
learned.
how much these referrals have gone up since we've gone to hybrid? So now that we're actually at least spending some days in person, have they increased for that exact reason you were pointing out?
This data was taken less than a week ago, so it's pretty, it's pretty new data. One of the pieces that we are going to be putting in place is, so to answer your question directly, I'm not 100% sure if they have gone up. We did get this just after we went into hybrid learning, or about a week and a half in, so there's some in there. Okay. These services are going to continue to be offered virtually, and we are making some changes as a result of this data. But Rochelle, it looks like you might have a question.
How do our teachers and our staff know about these presentations that can come into the classroom?
So right now, it would have been up to the point of contact at each school, who typically is a counselor, a school psychologist, or the principal, who is the point of contact for the mental health specialist. With Wellness Together, they collaborate together. So one of the changes that we're making to try to be a little bit more public about what the services are is starting today, actually, should have been the first day that this happened. So if we can go to the next slide. We'll see that the Wellness Together contact and the site contact will be increasing communication. So what that looks like will be a daily communication on the days that the Wellness Together contact is assigned to that school. They'll be reaching out to let the point of contact know, I'm working virtually today, I'm here to support any students that need help today. There will also be a weekly communication between those two individuals where they say, here's the students I'm working with, here's the vacant spots that I have available, and here are the names of the students I worked with last year. So if any of those students that I worked with last year need an additional dose or an additional support, please refer them, right, and we can work together. There will also be an email going out to all teachers at each school saying, here are the supports that Wellness Together offers at each school, and you can have classroom presentations, you can refer students for individual. So we're going to see if that works. If we still don't get the level of referrals that we anticipate, then we'll open it up to community and family as well to refer. Right now, though, we will continue with having the referrals come from the site to see if now, if we're in hybrid and we're seeing students, we may see those referral rates go back up.
Question, if you go back to the previous slide, how does the secondary presentations work? If you're on a 4x4 schedule, you've got, like, looking at Travis, multiple kids, multiple classes all day. Is it more pull the kid out and have the kiddo go and see somebody? So I'm guessing the presentations are more for an elementary school?
The presentations can happen at the secondary level. It would be more of a coordinated effort, most likely at the secondary level, to say across this period we would have, presentations happening, and they would happen across multiple days, most likely.
Nice. So I appreciate this, and I love that we're doing this. I love that we're going to do this. This is critically important, especially in this moment more than ever, that we have this. One thing I'm unclear on, though, is how we know effectiveness. So we have great data about referrals, but we don't know anything about what happens once we refer the kids. So how do we know if they're actually getting the support they need with Wellness Together? And I have no reason not to believe it, but still, how do we know?
So So Marlon Morgan, our contact with Wellness Together, he did share with me that he is more than happy to come and share with you and talk with you about the services that are offered through Wellness Together, and then also some of the pre and post information that they take.
They do some pre and post?
They
That'd be
do
great.
as well.
That'd be great.
Yes.
And we can, even in a board communication, get that to you. We get semester, half-year, and annual reports, and they do have a pre-post, and they
Right.
have a methodology that they look to rate on, a rating scale that's recognized by their industry.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Thank you.
The other thing is, I would think, and teachers can tell us more about that, but having the hybrid model, I would think it's much easier to see when you see a kid in person, if that need for support is there versus on a screen when things can be a little more distance and you don't pick up on those clues. So I would suspect, again, with all of this, you have like 1 week of data or 2 weeks of data. It is so early into the process that I would hope we would all keep that in mind as we get more and more in sync with how this is all going to work. I think the numbers will either stabilize or will even out how we do that. So
And it just,
makes me,
Okay.
with only a couple weeks of data, I think just keeping that in perspective.
just following up, and I know I'm probably asking something that's, probably we didn't do. Do we have the same data or similar data to fall of 19 so that we can compare like periods?
In previous years, this data has been captured at different points in time. However, I am confident that we could go back and get data from this point in time.
I would just like to add, Trustee Maven, that at the secondary level, that rarely are there open spots. And each time a student is referred, they go through a series of 8 meetings, and the last one includes the family as they end their support. And once again, typically, as soon as that student leaves, another student enters. So this is unusual data, but I do agree with you 100%. The more kids are face-to-face with their teachers, and the more they get to know them and build that relationship, the more referrals we'll see.
And I'll also add that this is, at elementary, is nested within the MTSS system. So when we're referring kids to Wellness Together, it's an intervention. And kids will come out of that, but they'll still be in, say, a Tier 2 or Tier 3 level support, and the team will still look at them and make decisions about what other services they need. So it's not a one-and-done piece. It is monitored. But I will also be honest, one of the major pieces of feedback from sites that we've shared with Wellness Together is the communication piece. We have paid for the counselors for the counseling time, and there's not much time for communication about caseloads. So we've met with them this year, and we're working on that communication piece specifically to have that built into the services.
Marty, how does this tie into peer counseling? Do we have peer counseling happening this year at the high school?
We do have peer counseling, again, since we've only been back a short amount of time. This is different because the counseling they're providing at Wellness Together is much different, but frequently they'll start with peer counselors when they're having a breakdown or something like that, just depending on the needs.
Okay.
So, and all of our teachers are aware of that referral process and working through our counselors to get students the help they need.
Thanks.
So much of what we've learned through our mental health data I've already highlighted. However, I think Dr. McDonald just shared that truly this is nested within that MTSS model, and specifically our positive behavior interventions and supports happening at our elementary and middle schools. This year we are trialing, in order to try to get more effectiveness out of the individual supports that are happening through Wellness Together. They utilize at the elementary and middle school level a curriculum called the Toolbox curriculum. And that is a toolkit that is 10 tools that children can employ as calm down strategies that they can use outside of those sessions. So at a few schools this year, we are also going to be implementing that toolkit more widely so that the classroom teacher and also yard duties have access to those same tools and knowledge about those same tools that can support that student after they are done with those 10 individual sessions. So trying to really wrap around students and not just treat their individual supports as a one-off thing that happened at a certain time of the year, but rather a support that's built for them and built upon throughout the whole year.
And are those tools, Hannah, where appropriate, I'm thinking they might be good for everybody. Everybody could use another tool about how to calm down and how to, so where it makes sense, I would hope that
Absolutely.
they're widespread, those are widespread.
You are absolutely correct. So in those classrooms that are trialing this is then a foundational piece that everyone receives, that when this student goes off to get the Wellness Together support, they are just getting additional supports, individualized supports that everyone is getting from the classroom teacher.
Right.
Great.
So I'm going to share just some baseline student achievement data for elementary. We do have a new program this year, a web-based program, Freckle, ELA, and Math, which is a supplemental standards-aligned curriculum. Students have taken a diagnostic assessment in both ELA and mathematics in K-6. And from this, they're actually assigned specific content in the gap areas for them. I'll be honest, we're still learning about the capabilities of the software. We met again with Freckle today and learned a few things about the data we shared with you. The assessment students took at the beginning of this year actually assessed their knowledge of the content standards from last year. So if they were a second grader, they took an assessment on first grade standards, and if you look at the percentage scores there, you can see, I think the average was 75%, indicating that 75%, our second graders, 75% of them mastered first grade standards. So it gives us some good data in terms to work with. And another way, especially in asynchronous.
How granular is that? So at the claim level, how granular do you get on the standard?
I'm still learning, so I'm going to actually look forward to hearing from teachers if they can answer that question for us. But and maybe they haven't dug into it either. But my understanding of it is, you can drill down to individual standards and get a score and assign specific content in that standard for that student. So I think you can get pretty specific in terms of what you're doing.
And it is tagged to the standard as opposed to the curriculum. Is it then on the teacher to figure out where in the curriculum to make the assignment, or is that actually helped through Freckle?
It actually assigns curriculum specifically based on the assessment for the student. So it can go either way. It can
But it has our curriculum in there. That it's
not ours. It has their
a
own
supplemental curriculum outside of ours as a reteach tool. Got it.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
absolutely. So that is going to be a great tool, but it's given us one indicator of where students are scoring. We're also doing typically in the fall, we do a baseline universal screener, and I just want to show you a snapshot because it's complicated and it involves multiple measures, but we'll compile data on student MAP scores, BPST, this is a third grade example, phonics, the Freckle reading level, running record, and then we'll assign them a level based on all these scores, and this allows us to sort students into groups for small group instruction and intervention, but it's a very robust tool, and we do this 3 times a year in order to, and this is not a new practice, this is ongoing, but we have added that Freckle piece to it. So that's operating right now. We're in the first round of that. We're also currently in the first round of MAP assessment. So we pushed it out a little bit because we didn't want students to take this at home. And then coming back, it can be time intensive, so we wanted to make sure we balanced that with the social emotional piece and kids coming back to school. But at this point, most students have taken MAP, and we're going to be able to compare MAP to our last assessment, which was winter, and it'll be a good indicator. I mean, if we see kids have stayed the same or moved backwards over the past 9 months, then we have an indicator that there's learning loss and there's a gap. So we'll be able to address that too. Nice thing is that MAP actually maps into Freckle and assigns curriculum based on that too. So we have a couple ways to address these pieces.
When do we get that map? Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask,
When do we get the map data back?
For MAP,
Yeah.
I think we're wrapping up the assessment window this week. So we will be able to get data back typically right away in the next 2 weeks.
And we're going to get the full map, the same robust system we had before, where they have a growth model in there, where they have all the tools that they provided before, they'll still be able to provide.
We'll still have those, and I think we're still within the national window, so we can get standardized results that are, and they've adjusted those a little bit, but we'll still be able to get those findings. Yep.
Helpful. Sorry.
just in timing wise, I think next board meeting is 2 weeks? Would we have that data, that analysis by then?
I think we will, so I can,
Great to see.
I can work on
Love
that,
to see
yep.
that, for sure. Thank you.
One more, please, Bill.
Oh, sorry.
So at the secondary level, as you can imagine, really teachers have had 2 reopenings. We reopened in distance learning, and then they had to adjust to the hybrid model. So all courses have adjusted their scope and sequence to ensure the essential content is included. Grade level PLC teams continue to create, review, revise site-based common assessments as part of their continuous improvement And then our plan is once first semester grades are finalized here, it ends on Friday, we'll compare those grades from last year to this year to measure passing rate. And then our high schools, also, as you're well aware, they're looking at a new model as well, the traditional versus the alternating 4x4 master schedule. As you can imagine, there's pros and cons with everything, but we look forward just to see what those impacts are as far as grades.
Derek?
Yeah, just looking at grades, will we compare like grade to like grade? So a freshman last year would be compared to a sophomore this year and all the way down?
We could do that right now. We're focused on looking just mainly at math scores, but we'll be doing that throughout. And I'll be asking the sites to do this just to see how those students are faring.
Okay.
So the PLC created local assessments, the formative assessment. These are being used if your PLC wants to create it, you do. It's not happening in every PLC.
That is true. Some PLCs work more closely than others. Some sites.
And so what do we know from an assessment perspective at the secondary level? We don't have MAP. How many are using IABs? Is it happening at all this year? Do we know, is there a way beyond grading? Because grading is going to be cattywampus between
Sure.
a 4x4 to between, hybrid to all this, a lot going on in grading. And so some other way to look at learning beyond that would be, so I love that we're doing MAP in elementary. I'm not suggesting we do, but how can we think about that from a secondary perspective?
Sure, that's where, I rely on principals because administrators do attend those PLC meetings. They do participate in looking, and in all honesty, some PLCs do a much better job
Right.
looking at data than others. So we have asked all of our principals to hold teachers accountable for that. But again, at the high school level, the challenge there is most teachers teach, they might teach integrated 1 and integrated 3. So they're only going to their PLCs every other week.
Are IABs being used?
In
Because that's
that-
a way to solve that problem.
Yes, in some cases they are, but not in all cases.
Okay, thanks.
Did you want to say?
Okay, is there any other questions, trustees, about the data presentation before we move on to site dialogues? Okay, we're doing pretty good. Okay, well, I want to welcome Valley View and Parker Whitney. Again, I appreciate all of you being here. I'm going to let principals and teachers introduce themselves, and then what's going to happen, and I'll do that in 1 second, we'll get started, but what we asked schools to reflect on was several questions that had to do with distance learning and hybrid learning. So we wanted to know what's going well, what challenges have sites faced, what have sites learned, and what are the next steps for the future? So I know that sites have thought about this a lot and are prepared to give an overview on those questions. You don't have to answer them in any particular order. And we are going to, let's do introductions, and then we'll start with Parker Whitney is going to go first, 10-minute presentation, and then some questions or a dialogue, whatever the board's comfortable with. So, Carrie, go ahead and introduce your team.
All right, can you hear me? Okay. President Miller, board members, Superintendent Stock, thank you for having us here this afternoon. So I'm Carrie Alway, principal at Parker Whitney.
Oh, I'm Claire Fortenberry. I teach second grade at Parker Whitney.
I'm James Cook. I teach sixth grade at Parker Whitney.
Perfect. And we have decided to kind of give you an overview of those specific, just to kind of keep it, since we don't have a presentation, to give you something to kind of anchor off of. So what's going well? Again, that dramatic increase in participation, and I would say in staff morale as well from spring to fall. Teachers were renewed. They really wanted to engage. They wanted to innovate. They felt like they had a clear pathway for what was being expected, and they really took off with it. Innovation and mindset. Their can-do mindset, it baffles me all the time. I'm just blown away by it. The failing forward, the taking risks, I'm just very proud to work with them. One of the things that I think was most impressive is it's something that I keep hearing, so anecdotally, I wished I would have known this piece of technology existed before, and I can't wait to use it later on. Right. It would make this so much better, communicating with parents so much easier, recording my math lessons so parents can support and see exactly how I taught it to students. So I think that going forward is going to be the best thing that has come out of this. The virtual component with our youngest kids, one of the upsides that we saw with them is that, often on the first day of school, our TK, our K, and our first graders are very scared. There's tears, I don't want to let go of my mom's hand. And so starting in distance learning, they were able to build a rapport with their teachers, and we didn't have any tears the first day. It was actually amazing. Staff, again, working really, really hard and continuing to look for those innovative ways to make it better. You know, they're taking one bite of the elephant at a time. Okay, so this week I got these things under my belt. Now I'm going to try and tackle this. So I really appreciate that. Their collaboration and peer support also going well. You know, teachers stressed, I can't get my projector to work today, it worked just fine yesterday. A lot of like calling next door or so-and-so is on their way, and everybody just descending and helping and really, really supporting each other. It's been fabulous to see. And then in hybrid, making that transition, just so happy to have kids back on campus. It really just changed the feeling. They're happy, they're healthy, they're safe, they're all doing the right things and knowing that they want us to stay open. So I'm really excited to see that. All right, so some challenges. There's a finite time to fit it all in. So the schedules, especially for our students who have IEPs, and I would say they have multiple services, so they have speech and OT and adaptive PE, with a very short amount of time in the day, trying to make sure that they get their gen ed time as well as having all of those services it's been tricky. We're working through it and we're getting creative and we're thinking outside the box, but that it has been a challenge. In addition, I think our special education team, the marathon for them of having to make sure that they've had all the back assessments and IEPs and making sure that all of that has happened in the first 30 days has been a challenge for them. So just trying to keep their stamina up and moving forward. One thing that was a challenge, but I think it was solved from a district level, which we really appreciate, is that ELD hour. That really just carved out that time for that across the district, and it allowed us to build in more time for those other services. Support and time constraints at home. So we know that not every family is in the same place. We know that some parents are working. We know that some parents are, trying to handle phone calls and baby sisters and all sorts of things. So we have seen that participation seemed to be higher in distance learning as opposed to the asynchronous day, just kids checking in and logging in. And we think that that might calm down once people get used to this new schedule. So we are aware that it was a change, and we're waiting to see how that levels out. And then the social emotional needs of students and families. Our statistics are right on in matching the national statistics for an increase in mental health crises. We have had a great number of students who are struggling, and that we didn't see it until they were on campus. And so to answer your question, President Miller, we had 2 of our spots taken for Wellness Together, and I put in 5 referrals just this last week.
Since you've been back.
So now that they're back on campus and we're seeing the angst, we're seeing more of that happening, and they spent a long time at home. And so the transition for a lot of our kids has really been a struggle for them.
Yeah.
So with all of that said, our next steps. So we are looking forward to finding a teacher, and I think we have one found, to start next week with our homeless, our foster youth, and our subgroups, to pull them in on their asynchronous days and to support them just with making sure that they are accessing the materials, they're on with their work and participating that way.
Can I ask I didn't realize, is that out of supplemental funding? Is that how we're paying for that? I don't know if you know that or...
I do. We are currently going to be using our COVID federal funding to be supporting those asynchronous days.
But for that particular hire, focusing on the home, focusing on those youth, it's still COVID, not...
Yes,
Okay.
there is still an expectation that we are increasing and improving services utilizing COVID funding.
That's great. I love it. Thanks.
And for those children, is the time the same, or do they come in for a couple of hours and, kind of?
So we're looking at half days to start to see
Okay.
how that does, and then, kind of piloting and doing it a little bit different at different sites, and so that we can kind of find a system that works best.
Perfect.
Is that, and that resource, is that at every grade or one person for the school and you cycle them through?
So we are limited, so we are looking at both those subgroups as well as our universal screeners. We're also looking at that engagement document, and so trying to find those commonalities across all of those to make sure that we're getting the right kids on campus.
Okay.
We also want to continue with the social emotional supports, again, making those referrals to fill up our spots at Wellness Together. We have had several presentations that Ms. Anderson talked about, and we continue to find times. We started our presentations with some hot spots in some areas, and now we're gonna go back and fill in, trying to give those kids the support that they need. And then just social emotional supports for staff. I don't want to forget about them in all of this. Again, this is going to be the longest marathon that we've had, and making sure that they have what they need as well. And then in addition to that, just those tweaks, the innovation and the making it better every week as we move along. And so a lot of what we've done so far is, again, that collaboration and peer support. The district has provided professional development that is on time, on demand for those teachers when they need it. And so just bringing that back, idea sharing has been amazing in our staff meetings. And then just moving forward as more information comes out, as more research comes out, as new ideas come out, just making sure that we're sharing those with each other. All right.
Can I interrupt you really quick? Is Wellness Together available for staff, or is that just for children?
It currently is a support we have just available for students. However, we do have, and I'm going to get the title wrong, through HR,
Employee Assistance Program?
our Employee Assistant Program.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. So thank you, President Miller, board members, and Superintendent Stock for having us today. Just some things that are going well in second grade. Small class sizes allow for a lot of one-on-one attention, small group instruction. And so it's, been very rewarding coming back to the class and just, working in those small groups with students. We also have a 2-3 combo in our little pod with my group of teachers. It allows her to focus on her second graders on one day and then her third graders on the other. And then one of the awesome things that we've done is we've already started our gardening project. And so we've got gardening boxes up and going at Parker Whitney. Other things going well, our social distancing protocols have been going really great. The sanitizing procedures, the zones at recess have been amazing. We have arrows all around campus, which way for students to walk, and it's been working really well. Things that were noted, and seating at lunch, one of the things we've been noticing that kids are bonding together at recess. They're actually playing together as a class. We don't have any issues of, tattling or so-and-so didn't play with us today. So it's been kind of wonderful. I might have been roped into some jump rope and teaching 4 squares, but, it's been fun at recess. And so, and the students, it's been a peaceful recess. No issues at all. It's been fantastic. No, we don't have to knock on wood. And so it's just been going really well with the hybrid classes. And so just challenges that we face, it's, things when I watch the board meetings also, it's just those weird technology issues that come up. Google Drive taking 10 minutes to load, and you're sitting there and you have your kids online, you have your kids in class, and you're like, if this doesn't load, all right, let's change it up. And so, it lags, or the students at home, Ms. Fortenberry, you're laggy, you're glitchy. Sound issues. I got dropped from Google Meet last week, and the kids, I logged back on, and they're still all there. So it's just weird tech issues that just constantly come up. Yeah. Today, somebody couldn't hear me, and they had to log out 2 times to finally hear me. So it's just weird little tech issues, and so we just do a lot of crowdsourcing within our teams to figure out, how do we fix these issues? Parent support has changed a little bit since going hybrid, a little bit less help at home. I think, since, kids are back in school and things like that, so I think parents think it's back to normal. So we've seen so we're kind of adjusting our days and giving a little bit more support in class for kids to get all their assignments completed. We've seen some absenteeism due to the stringent COVID quarantine processes. Some of our friends that we don't, want to be out, just due to those procedures, they're out for a little bit. And then what we've learned, so we're getting, just weekly communicating with parents has been our biggest thing. Weekly reports, your child needs to work on this or has completed that. And then one of the other things is incentives. We've had to figure out how to incentivize, getting work done at home and getting work done in the class. And so just trying to make learning fun. And then for the future, we are using all of our map data and Freckle data and, our spreadsheets to start up intervention. And so just to get those going as soon as possible. And then things for the future, how do we make learning fun? Virtual field trips, pen pals, and whatever we can do to, kind of just enhance the experience. So.
Do you see a big difference in your kids from, say, the second graders that came into your class last year before COVID?
Right.
Are you seeing any, marked differences between just kids' social emotional health, health, or the gap in learning, or anything like that between?
Well, they're happy to be in class. First week of school, we always do on Friday, what's something great that's happened this week, and everybody's like, we got to come back to school. So everybody is just thrilled to be back in school. They're happy to come every day. They want to be at school and be with their friends, be with their teachers. With some students, I do see some gaps, but that's where, we look at the data that we've been accumulating these last couple weeks, and we'll build our intervention programs around that. And so hopefully we'll but with some students, they have just, I don't see gaps. It's just hit and miss, with what you see.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks.
all right.
Thank you, President Miller, trustees, and Superintendent Stock. I will go through basically the same thing, probably sound a lot like that. But I'll start with what's been going well. I guess I would start with where we were at, even when everything hit last spring with technology, put us ahead of the game when we had to switch straight to distance learning. For example, the students at my level, they had already been utilizing Google Classroom as a platform on a daily basis. So it was easy for them to just, merge right into that. We didn't have to train new technology from a remote standpoint. And so that put us ahead of the game, I think, and made the transition a lot easier. And even with the reduction of the pay-based resources that we used to have because of the budget, I would say that I feel like we have access to a tremendous amount of resources that we are able to utilize that have helped us, particularly with the distance learning platforms. As we moved into hybrid, the class size being so small makes it very efficient, so it's easy to move through instruction at an accelerated pace, which is helpful given that we have half as much time with them. There's virtually no behavior management in the classroom. I mean, you've got 12 or 13 kids in the classroom. You can barely get them to talk to you when you want them to, which is very different than a normal year. And then it's been nice that almost universally now, I think, at least from my point, anecdotally, students have access to the technology that they need to participate. And so that's made a huge difference because they know, and they have access to the technology, and they have the training necessary to effectively utilize the technology. So you do see students coming in new to the school or new to the district. You can see that gap right away, where it takes quite a bit of training sometimes for those students because they're not familiar with the platform. Even when we give them the tools, there's a whole training gap that you have to go through to get them ready for that. And so that's been nice. And then I have noticed from the administrative standpoint, a real effort to minimize the disruption in the predictable routines and scheduling, which is essential to get the kids into the routines necessary to be as successful as possible. So those things I would say have been going very well. In terms of challenges, the biggest challenge I'm sure is predictable. It's students that with inadequate support at home are noticing larger gaps, both in distance learning and asynchronous. And so as we've moved to hybrid, I've noticed a drop in the participation on the days that students are home, particularly with students that don't have enough support at home to help with that. Small group instruction is much more difficult now, even when they're coming into the classroom, because they have to be, set apart from one another. I can't give them the same manipulative to work together to build something or try something. And so that's been a challenge, trying to figure out how to change what is the main methodology for instruction around to meet the requirements for safety. And then just little things that you would usually take in stride do cause much bigger problems. Like an additional student added to your roster a week in, because you have to do all the training and resetting all over again. It's just much more difficult because so much of that has to happen remotely for the parents. That they didn't have a chance to come to or attend the virtual back to school night, and so all the training has to reset, or little technology glitches that usually you're used to and you're ready to move, because you're relying so much on that now. It can really throw a monkey wrench into what you were going to do for that day. Obviously, primary instruction time is limited because of the hybrid schedule versus if they were in school 5 days a week. So that's always that's a challenge that we're having to deal with. And so I'd say for moving forward, the steps that we're looking at that I think we really need to work on as fast as possible would be creating opportunities for students with those limited resources at home, like Carrie was talking about. To building more capacity around those students, building more accountability structures, giving them opportunities to have someone there to support them on those asynchronous days. And then I think it would be nice to come up with some way to provide more direct support for parents and families about the best ways to support their students during this time and educate them, because I think a lot of parents are overwhelmed with what they've had to face with their students at home and everything else that's going on in everyone's life at the same time. And so I do think that there are probably parents out there that think everything is going great when it's not necessarily that way. Sorry. All right. Yeah, and because we're, as long as we're relying on that asynchronous time, the primary purpose of that is going to be for, practice and reinforcement of knowledge and skills taught during that time. And for those students that don't have an effective support during that time, we're just going to see that gap grow.
Yeah.
For that group. So.
For your students who are on asynchronous, it sounded like those kids were listening to you versus, are you streaming at all or no?
No,
I just didn't know.
I don't know if
tell.
anybody's streaming.
So school starts at 8:30. My students at home log in, and I have my students in class, and I go for about 30 minutes. And we do a phonics lesson, a spelling lesson. We go over sight words for the week. We'll do a problem of the day. And then at 9 o'clock, I'll go over the agenda for my students at home. And then, and they can email me throughout the day.
Okay, thanks. I just wasn't quite sure. how
So
that was
for
working.
for me, at sixth grade at Parker Whitney, we're departmentalized, so there's two different teachers that students are going between. And so my students from my homeroom will check in with me at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll pull up, share a screen with Google Classroom, go over the assignments and the requirements for that day. I'll meet then at 8:10 with the other homeroom as my homeroom meets with the other teacher. They'll go through the same procedure. I'll let them know what it looks like for the day. And then at 8:15, by 8:15 the bells ring. I've got students coming in my room. So by 8:20, I'll end those meetings with the students on their asynchronous day. And then at 2 o'clock, I'll have an open Zoom meeting where students then come back in who are on asynchronous learning to go over whatever was going on that day.
And have you got kids coming in at 2? Are they are they taking advantage of your time?
Not as many as I would like.
Okay.
Can you talk a little more about that asynchronous day? So, one, how much are both you giving your kids? So beyond the check-in, how much are you actually assigning during that day? How are you thinking about that day in terms of furthering the curriculum? And then, two, I'd be curious to sort of how you feel it's being used. Like, do you think it's as effective as we can get it, or there's more that could be done to use it? And I guess the third question I have is that as part of your PLCs, how much do you feel like you're on your own to figure this out and you've got to do the entire thing, or how much are you getting some assistance to think about both the asynchronous and what's happening in classroom?
Well, from my perspective, there's a lot of feeling of like there's a little bit of alchemy trying to figure out how to make this work. It will vary from day to day what my students' asynchronous time will look like. For example, today, my students going home as they're set up for tomorrow and this afternoon and tomorrow, they've got a worksheet that follows up on a lesson that we went through today in math that they'll turn in through Google Classroom. And they've got ongoing work that they're doing for me in both a Freckle format and Khan Academy. And so sometimes there'll be, direct assignments, and sometimes those will be leveled practice through both those
And like
platforms.
the Khan, did you find that on your own? Is that something you went out and purchased, or did you get it from Carrie? Did you get it from,
I've been using Khan Academy for years.
So this was something you knew you
Yeah,
had
yeah,
in your
so I knew Khan
toolbox,
Academy was
and you
there,
just sort of,
yeah.
you might have used it in the classroom or used it as intervention, you're now using as part of the asynchronous day.
Correct, yeah, yeah.
And is there any attempt to, we've got a lot of sixth grade teachers, right? Is there any way to share this information so it's not just stuck in your classroom? Is there a way, maybe Carrie or Bill could talk about that? How do we learn when you do this and it works? How do we all learn about it and make sure it's spreading?
Well, I mean, usually from year to year, that's one of the things that we do through PD. So that's a bigger challenge now because there is a lot more separation between sites. And it does feel a little bit more like you're on an island just because there's not as much opportunity. And I think, I don't even want to say opportunity, I suppose, because part of it is, I think, for me anyway, there's been a big concentration, and I've got to get this up and rolling. I've got to make this happen for my kids. That's where all my time goes. And so even when there's an opportunity out there where, hey, you can go do this, or you can meet with this, or you can watch this video, it's a back burner issue for me because I have to make sure that my class is ready to move for the next day. So that's been my experience.
I'll just interrupt really quick. I think that's what I've heard all around is, I was up till 11 o'clock figuring out what I'm going to do, let alone there's not time to share with somebody else 3 days ago. So.
Yeah. And for second grade, same thing. We utilize Google Classroom. Sunday night, I sent an email to parents. This is what the schedule for the week is. Students have access on their asynchronous days, doing mystery science lessons that have videos and then questions, using Freckle, 10 minutes a day, whether they're in class or at home. They have paperwork too, because second grade, we don't want them on the computers. But everything's listed in Google Classroom and some videos. We put our VAPA assignments, go do a PE assignment. We have a schedule, in their folders. This is what you do on asynchronous day. Take a 10-minute break. So we kind of lay everything out for them so that they can, stay busy on that day too. Yeah. And not just sitting on the computer and doing, just the screen time, we want to limit that, but we do have math packets we send home, do 2 pages a day, and word work, and so we just, to keep them busy during the day, and then we check with them in the mornings. So it's done, they've done pretty well so far.
So I'm just going to be a voice of, I love Parker Whitney. They're amazing. Great job. I want to watch, I'm a minute minder and say maybe a shift to Valley View if people are ready.
Okay.
Test. President Miller, Superintendent Stock, trustees, members of the cabinet, and everybody in the room. Parker Whitney, yay. This situation has presented us with a true project-based learning and opportunities to do lots of PDSAs without even really formalizing them, articulating them. But basically, we've had to reinvent ourselves. We have a real live problem in front of us. How do we now teach kids in whatever the recommended environment is? So, we're putting our heads together, we're brainstorming ideas, we're implementing them, and then we're constantly reflecting on the outcome of how it's going, and then revising, and then doing it again. So we've done this multiple times, as we've known. So in thinking about today, our team kind of focused on what's been going well with distance learning, and we can also speak to hybrid as well. So in speaking with staff, And ours is a little bit different. We've kind of broken it down to 3-6 and K2 and special ed. So we're going to speak to a little bit of the differences in that manner. But across the board, much more structure in the distance learning when we came back, with schedules aligned within grade levels, but also for the whole family. We felt that that would be much easier, to work with your one grade and another grade when the schedules itself were very similar. Much more live time with our students, which increased the likelihood of connections with students and comprehension of the curriculum and instruction. Far more rigorous, moving forward with standards with the goal to catch kids in the gaps, and more focused on our students' social emotional needs as well. Our teams, like Carrie said, we have a lot of overlap, of course, as you know. Far more cohesive and collaborative than I've ever seen before in education, which I think is phenomenal, getting away from kind of independent contractor teaching to we are a team and we are working together for our grade level, not my class and your class, but we all take ownership of this specific grade level. And it's been amazing to see the teams grow together and lean on one another and really rely and trust one another in this situation. And obviously more, we're always saying more heads are better than one. You put your heads together for ideas, but also brainstorming solutions. The small group instruction during distance learning was better. We had our breakout rooms and all. The accountability on attendance has been huge. We've had a mechanism in place to really monitor disengagement or absent from day one. And those contacts have been made. We reach out to parents from day one and then try not to let it get too far. But if it does, we're on the phone with parents. We are having an SST with parents to find out what barrier can we remove to ensure that every child has access from home as well. So basically, overall, our teachers and students have really gained confidence in thinking outside the box, and I'm so proud of them. Some challenges during distance learning. As we all know, teaching is about relationships. That's where it starts. The learning can occur when there's a relationship there. And building a relationship with our students this year was difficult because last year we had an existing relationship. And we went out in March. We all knew our kids. But here we started this year with brand new kids we didn't know. So that was a heavy focus from the get-go. Get to know your kids, spend time getting to know your kids, doing activities, getting to know one another, and that's social emotional support. Also very difficult when kids are online to determine what are the barriers they're facing. Far easier when you're in person, and we were able to discover some, but things such as, is the home environment they're in, is it conducive? They're working, where they're working, are there too many distractions? Parents have time commitments. Does the school time commitment interfere with that? Even families' bandwidth in their homes. Some tech issues across the board, I think, at homes and some at school that were resolved, but they're timely. They take a little bit of time to go away. And then one thing with I think we'll talk about with our younger kiddos, Rochelle, you mentioned teachers talking about staying up till wee hours. It's hard it's been challenging for everybody, but for our littles, you can't just push out work digitally. So the teachers are making how-to videos for the kids and for the parents so that the kids can actually be successful. So that is really time-consuming. Next steps, we're in the same boat as Parker Whitney. We just had a staff meeting before we all came here, and again, talking about starting our targeted student support. And every school is doing it a little bit differently, but we have identified some students looking at a variety of needs, disengagement, attendance, a special group, special needs that they may have, and data, of course. And we've selected somebody to come in 2 days a week, and we're going to have 2A groups go on one day and 2B go on one day, so that our kiddos should be able to be in school 3 or 4 days a week. If it's their 2-day week, then they're going to get 3 days. If it's their 3-day week, then they're going to get 4 days. And the hope is to really help them access the asynchronous learning so that when they are at home, that they can do that on their own. And again, that's just removing barriers for them. I'm going to let the team talk based on their levels. So my esteemed staff, part of my esteemed staff is here, and I also have to say that they worked over the summer in sandboxes and with the special ed group to really brainstorm how we would kind of up the ante with distance learning this year.
Thank you, President Miller, trustees, and Superintendent Stock. I'm representing Valley View 3rd through 6th grade, so I sort of have spoken to my teachers and bringing, again, what worked well in distance learning. So the first thing that everybody said was time to prepare. So those 2 PD days that were given back to teachers were able to take a breath and prepare and talk about what they needed to correct from the spring and what we could do better in the fall. And I think that's where Mrs. Anderson talks about that collaboration piece. We as 3 through 6th grade really collaborated together as teams. Yes, we did it virtually over Zoom, but we did talk to each other about what are some things that we needed to do in order to make sure that we are better prepared with students coming virtually to us at the beginning of the year. The continuity of learning in distance learning was better than hybrid in the sense of pacing. We are able to see students every day. We are able to teach them every day. We are able to continue with our learning every day, where now the pacing has been scaled back with hybrid because, again, we're teaching one day, and then we have our A's, and then we have our B's that come. We're teaching the same lesson. So again, pacing does have to sort of be scaled back a little bit. Breakout rooms were working really well in hybrid, where that small group learning, yes, we have less students in our classroom. I have 15 one day and 14 on the other day. But with COVID and with safety, there's really no way for me that we have figured out. I don't know, I guess we'll probably put our heads together. How do we do small group intervention within the classroom with safety? Breakout rooms was a way to do that. So we need to sort of talk about that aspect and how we can make that a little better. So during distance learning, that breakout really helped. One thing that students told me was that they were able to work at their own pace. The pace of the classroom is set by the teacher. I have so much time for math, and then we're moving on to language arts, and then we're moving on to social studies, and we're moving on to science. Now, during distance learning, I was able to teach the student, and then there was both synchronous and asynchronous during the same day. Some students really enjoyed the time that they had to complete the work, where it's not dictated by the teacher within the classroom. They were able to take more frequent breaks on their own. They were able to complete their work in the time frame that they decided because it was up to them at that point. Also available for one-on-one Zoom calls during the day. Now they have to wait, right, till 1:30 for me to sort of touch bases with my kids at home. We would teach, take a break for them to do their work. That's when I would be on a Zoom call, and then they could Zoom in and sort of talk to us about what was going on, teach a little bit more. They could Zoom in. So again, they had frequent communication with their teacher. What were some challenges? Formative assessment was really difficult during distance learning. I could assume through a computer screen that they're giving me quality work. I don't really know that. We tried to recreate that the best that we could through Google Forms, and everything that we put out on a Google Classroom for them to do in terms of asynchronous work would come back to us, which was a lot of work, and the collaboration key among sixth grade teachers, fifth grade teachers. How can we recreate a formative assessment? We're not walking around a room as we would, sort of seeing what Johnny is doing over here and Sally over here. So we would create that with Google Forms. We would assign them work, they would do the work, and then somehow get it back to us. That way we could see, are they engaged with their learning at home? Again, a Google form doesn't give you quality, so we're not seeing the quality that's being done. Again, meaningful connections. You can make meaningful connections over Zoom, but them being in the classroom, you can tell the connections go way up, definitely with the students. You can see their smiles in their eyes. Maybe not, but you can see their eyes are smiling at you. And again, the technology problems, what we found were Chromebooks are really not conducive to Zoom. They are not powerful enough. They are not strong enough piece of technology. And I think we thought, well, we're going to give them a Chromebook and they're going to be able to get into a Zoom. Chromebooks are, they're inexpensive for a reason, and Zoom's a powerful technology tool. So I think that was a lot of the issue. Some were having to now go to laptops, go to desktops, and some didn't have that technology. So I thought that was a problem over distance learning. Next steps for hybrid, again, is just time. I think teachers need time. We've pivoted from working really hard to make distance learning what it was, and now we've been 2 weeks in hybrid, and we just need time to make it work. So we are going to prioritize as teachers. We prioritized the education that's happening within our classroom. Yes, we do provide asynchronous work. We meet with our students daily at home. We go over what they're going to do daily, but I think that needs to be better. And we need to make sure they're engaging more. We're not with them every day as we were in distance learning, so how do we get them to be engaged? So, for sure. And then, again, I think time is the #1 issue for teachers, and how do we build that into our day? So, this is Miss April Wagner.
Like Shannon said, I'm April Wagner, and I teach 2nd grade. I think it's funny that both schools, we have a 2nd and 6th grade representing. So thank you, President Miller and trustees and Superintendent Stock for having us. Most of everything I have written down has been said, so I just thought I might touch on some points. I think Trustee Mabin, you had asked James about collaborating and sharing out possible videos and things like that, and it's true, we all seem to be kind of treading water and hoping to get to a point where we're on that life draft and we can extend it to another teacher. And so, because I too find, sometimes like we're doing things at 10:30 at night because that's just how the schedule for us worked that day, and we know we've got to put it out and trust in your teammates, and I think we're all getting to that point that we are able to do that, but not just even at our school. I mean, I would love to know, what's Parker Whitney doing, and what can we share, and how can we're all teaching the same math lesson. So, what videos have I done for the workplace games that I can share to you, and I know we have that, and I know we did in the spring have a centralized location, finding those, when you just are trying to connect links and do all of this, remembering where those are. So just either having another spot or meeting again so that we can, divvy up the work. I think that's many hands, what's the phrase? you know what I'm saying. Just, again, that's where our brain is at the end of the day. But just collaborating and finding time to collaborate, sharing the workload, like we're all doing the same thing. So I would love to have time for that. Finding that time, I'm not sure when that would be, but things have been going really well. I love having these smaller class sizes again. It reminds me of the olden days when I started and we had early, late reading, and I do feel like you really get to know the students in these smaller class settings and just kind of have a little fun with them, even though we're doubling up on what we're doing. I'm fitting 2 days worth of work in on the days that they're here. It is so much easier to do with these smaller class sizes. And our playgrounds have been so peaceful as well. And it's funny, and the difference is they're playing with their classmates, and it does really feel like a little family, and your little family is in your zone, and they're going out, and we were just talking about that the other day, and so I was curious what it was like at the other grade levels and other schools. It sounds like some real positives have come out of this, even though, you know, we're not all there 5 days a week. We really are, I don't know, coming together closer as a family and less distractions and things like that. So I've really enjoyed that. Challenges, same thing, the tech issues. For me, it would be a better camera, not so much tethered to my laptop. I had a student we were doing a live Zoom, and a student lost his tooth in the classroom, and so I had to tell the kids on screen, I'll be right back. Had to go deal with that. So just things like that, where if we had one where the kids at home could see each other, vice versa, I don't know, it would probably help things a little bit better. During distance learning, I was doing more live teaching, and now during our morning meet daily, it seems a lot more just like number corner, attendance, you know, just things like that, because it really is hard to keep the classroom engaged and the ones at home. The ones at home want to be at school, and they feel like they're missing out on something, even though you've told them, you know, it's just the same thing that we did yesterday. And the kids at home, they're listening and they can hear, but they know I'm kind of busy at my desk, and so they'll talk to I can hear them talk to the neighbor. So a lot of times we'll see a lot of, shh, stop, you know, they'll see the side of my face at home. But yeah, other than that, just small tech issues which we cannot control. The smaller class sizes now that we're in hybrid, collaborating with peers, knowing, you know, like I said, I've created these videos for these games that I know other second grade teachers are going to use. Where can I put those so that someone else can access them? Because it's true that we do work very long hours, and that's typical of any year. This year, it's just we feel like we're working the long hours, but recreating or creating new things. And it would be nice to know that we could share the load and preserve our energy for what's to come. I think if we have to go back to do this, because right now the hybrid is fabulous. I love seeing them. Our asynchronous schedule, I was going to mention that. Ours basically is the same. We took the 230 minutes that were required and just kept the consistent schedule. The math and language arts are a little more just practice at home. That Freckle has been wonderful. I've been using it for years, since before it was even purchased by Renaissance, and it was just a little startup. So I love all of the features we have now that with the paid program. I've just been using the freebie, but you can, someone had asked about the standards, and you can tease out just single standards that you want them to work on. I can assign different worksheets to different students. I would love that if I could break it up into my A group and my B group, but I don't think we have that capability through Freckle just yet, but maybe they need a comment or something that I can, recommendation. But yeah, our schedule stayed the same, having links and videos for the young ones, definitely, because K2, not all of them can even read at that point. And we've just tried to make everything as independent as possible, recognizing that the parents should be able to get the kids going, and then it's our job to keep them going and recognize that their at-home days are still school days. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Sellers. I'm a special education teacher in a non-categorical mild to moderate classroom. I have 4th to 6th graders. Thank you, President Miller, Superintendent Stock, and trustees and everyone for having us here to share our experiences. Mine might be a little bit different because with special education, our classrooms are all so different. And from the collaborative meetings we've had with Stacy, with all of our teachers who come together once a week, you hear a lot of different experiences from different teachers. We have the mild to moderate setting with children with higher needs where distance learning may not have worked for them, and mild, or did I say moderate, severe? I'm sorry. And I'm mild moderate, where it was very beneficial and very effective for my classroom, but not all teachers had the same experiences. So I'm just more talking about my experience as well as my colleague who teaches the K through 3. But I know that many teachers have had struggle in both environments. Distance learning, we grew so much from spring until through fall. Lori Cruz is our special education teacher, the primary teacher, and she and I collaborated quite a bit over. Hello? Okay, sorry. I'll hold it right here. Over summer, just on our own time, trying to find ways to make it more effective. It's different when you're a special education teacher. You don't have a grade level to collaborate with. We don't have videos that we can share with each other in the same way that the general education teachers do, but it doesn't mean that we don't collaborate with them. We still collaborate with them. We still get ideas from one another, make modifications, accommodations, but it's just different. Like within my classroom, I have 4 different instructional reading groups that I'm planning for and 3 different instructional math groups. So those are 4 different lesson plans really for language arts, and I'm doing it myself, and I know other teachers are doing this too. And I'm not being negative in any way, but just for a clear picture that it's a lot of work to really focus on developing these lessons for the individual needs of our students. Because I'm not going to just say, oh, I'm going to make 2 reading lesson groups and just differentiate a little bit, because it doesn't meet the needs of my students. So you really have to develop a learning plan for all of your students in your classroom, and it just takes a lot of time and dedication. So Lori was a great resource, though she has students at a very different level than I do. We still could share ideas and strategies and ideas of what was effective or not effective, and then just change it to what works for our classroom. So I'm very thankful having her at my site. So things that went well for distance learning, I had about 90 to 100% engagement of my students, and I know it was not like this for many other special education teachers. One benefit is I had many returning students to my classroom who knew me already, like what Mrs. Anderson had shared. They knew me, we had a relationship, and we were able to jump in where we left off. But I had 4 new students where it was not like that, and I had to build those relationships, build the trust with the families, let them get to know me, because I'm a different teacher, and they don't know me yet. I know for me, the breakout groups were fantastic. In the spring, I used Google Meet, and we didn't have breakout groups, and our support staff were not able to do individual groups with our students. With our breakout groups, when I transitioned to Zoom in the fall, my support staff could be in a group with students, and then I could go into different groups with students, and we made so many gains. I know I didn't have the accommodations that I can make. I didn't have the supports that I do have in the classroom, but for what I had, we did very, very well. The students were so excited to be there. They all had their materials, their reading mastery books and everything we had sent home, and just were excited to learn and collaborate. It's not the same as in person, so don't get me wrong, but it was very effective, and they were always there. We had writing groups, we had math groups, we had reading groups, and I had, it was all whole group. I would break into small group, as well as one-on-one. One area that was really challenging, more so in the spring, was our parents really struggled, and the amount of parent support that was needed, and I mean that in the most positive way. You know, many parents were at a loss not knowing how to support their kids at home, or students who just would not get on the computer because they were mad. They weren't at school and they couldn't understand. So providing that parent support, it took a lot of time. It was worth every minute. One area that I think would be great if we ever did head in that direction again is to have a support system for our parents, like on positive reinforcement strategies, whether it be, I know our team had sent out lots of links that had great resources for our families, but some really need to have a video, or if they had like a Zoom meeting where parents could tune in and watch one of our behavior specialists talk about how to implement this program at home, or have a video they could watch, or maybe model with a pretend student, just to help our families be able to implement those strategies that we would use in the classroom at home. Because I can share with them over the phone and I can Zoom with them and show them, but it would just be a great support for them to receive, and then I can fine tune it. Because it was time consuming, and I don't mean that in a negative way whatsoever, but it would just help. That'd be something helpful that we were thinking of. Distance learning for the primary class was more challenging. I know Lori had really was almost dependent, relying on our families to be there. Her students really needed their parents to sit at the computer, to have their students be there and to engage as much as possible. I didn't have the same experience, though my students are older, but about half my class did need to have family support nearby, not necessarily right next to them, but within range, to help the students stay there. It's just not the same. Like in the classroom, you can just set your hand at the table and there you have their attention again. It's very, very different, on the distance learning. She felt that videos were very, very helpful for her families. The live instruction was more challenging because it's not always the most opportune time for students to meet at 8:30 for this lesson, especially if they have other things that are happening and they might need different types of accommodations. So she made more videos that parents utilized at the better opportune times for their students to learn. She was still available for live sessions, but if the student was not engaged, they had something they could go back to, which was more helpful for her families. For me, the live was definitely more engaging for my students. I had videos too, but we would interact continuously. I had 2 students where it was a little bit more challenging, but with the parent support, they were there and involved in our lessons. The supports that were provided for us this year, the supplemental supports, are amazing. The IXL program is such a great program. I hadn't experienced it before. We have a training coming up that I'm really looking forward to so I can utilize the program even more for my students. You do the assessment, it provides recommended lessons, as well as like Freckle, you can fine tune and select. And it's been beneficial for all of my students. Where Freckle, unless there's a way to do it, I don't know, it doesn't read the passages to my students. If they make that accommodation, let me know. On the reading. So I have students who can comprehend material, but just can't read it. And in the IXL program, they have that option. So it's a great program, and we're very, very thankful to have that program for our students. It works on both the language arts and the math is what we're using in our classrooms. One thing we really, really appreciated and if I'm going too long, let me know. We really appreciate is Stacy Barsdale had started our weekly check-ins, which was so helpful because we do feel like we're on an island. This spring, I really felt lost many times. I appreciated all the trainings we received, the tech trainings. They sure helped us with designing and getting started in the springtime and carrying that over. I would love if we could have things like that again. Like a PD day where we can, because we don't remember everything, from the spring, but gosh, just learning how so many of those programs work, like the CAMI program, and then teaching it to my students was just such a great support that the district had offered. But the check-ins that we had were just really great because we could connect with each other and really hear, if people are going through struggles, try to be there for each other in a way, and just getting the updated information. It's constantly changing, what that we're doing and what we're providing. And it was nice for, and we still do this, with Stacy Barsdale, just, getting our continuous updates. So we make sure that we're providing everything that we need to for our families. Areas that were not working, I think I talked about a little bit, was the technology, like everyone said. There were many times when students, the Chromebook was not compatible, like you said, with the Zoom, and they would change them out, which was great because we had more and we can change it. But boy, our kiddos would have really strong meltdowns, and it was really hard to bring them back when we had those errors. So that was a really challenging area with the distance learning. And the amount of support we really needed from our families to make it effective, where the students really can't just independently sit there the whole time. I probably have a handful, but Lori didn't have any who were able to do that. Hybrid, our kids are so happy to be back at school. We are so happy to be with our students back at school. 5 days a week, at first we were thinking, okay, let's see how this is going to work. That first transition week was fantastic, where we had just our students were there. I wasn't sure at first. I thought, how's this going to work? It's going to be like a ghost town. No one else is going to be there. But it sure made it an easeful transition for our students because you didn't have any chaos. And I don't, or overstimulation. I'm trying to think of how to word that. We could transition, we can show, we can teach them about the zones. We were able to show how our arrows worked and our navigation, so we have dots to help with our separation. And that was a great transition. And then everyone came back the following week. And the only thing that we're really struggling with, well, there's a few things, but the AB schedule is tricky for us because our students depend on a routine and a routine that's consistent. And with the AB schedule, we have a different schedule every day. It cannot be the same every day. It doesn't work. Even for lunches to recesses, the way we're set up to make it a safe environment, my 4th and 5th graders have lunch at one time, my 6th graders have lunch at another time, but on our other cohort days, we're all together. So then they have to readjust that time as well. We just don't have the space or the tables to accommodate it any other way. But I have a few who are really, really struggling with the lack of consistency. I can try my best to have our groups that happen during the same times, but it's just bumpy, not for everyone, but for about half of the class. But on the other hand, it sure is nice for us to play together as a class because we're always with our gen ed classes, which is important for us to do, but we have days now where they can sit together and have lunch together and play together, and they are loving it. Just having that quality time together. The zones are fantastic for the way it's set up at school and not being crowded, but boy, I have some who just can't stay in that zone. It is so hard for them because they need to be in a different area. My students who just have their routines or of what they do, want to walk along the tree line or go out to the field, and we can't do that. So we're still working on that, and it's going to take time. In the classroom, one part of hybrid that is tricky is the spacing. I can't teach like I used to. We used to have small group rotations. It was a great flow. I mean, it takes time and you always make adjustments, but now it's choppier. I can do 2 groups, but I can't do 3 or 4 that circulate because we have to spread out more. That provides more independent time or working at your desk. And it's hard for my students to work at their desk. They really need to be more in close contact instructionally. So we're still working it out. It's just taking some time. And our classroom is all about making adjustments throughout the school year. You don't just set it up and this is how it is in any classroom. So I've already readjusted and restructured. We're on the 5th time right now. And I expect more, but we're just fine-tuning to make it work for the kids. And as they develop and grow, we can make more changes. Always to stay positive, and support them, the best that we can, but they're happy. So that's the big thing, is they're so happy to be back at school. Some struggle. I do see more behaviors. I didn't see the behaviors challenges, in the distance learning the same as in class, but we're just adjusting and we're modifying and we have our reinforcements. So behaviors like distractibility, maybe a little bit of negative attention-seeking behaviors that we didn't see the same. So it's just taken time to fine-tune that as well. And then things to change, I think it's just going to take time. We're just working more together. We appreciate any of the PD that you can provide for us. In the classroom, our goal is to continue to teach them distance learning types of or asynchronous components. So we still use the Freckle. We still use our Google Classroom. We still are using those supports online. We're using our Flipgrid. We're using our stories that are online and with the AR and things like that, just in case. Because I have had students who have had to go home, and it's just hard because you want to be able to provide supports for everyone, so I've been able to provide supports, for them. And I think we need to really plan how can we support our students if they do have a cold, or they do have a runny nose, and we do not have them in the classroom, and just being able to make sure we can still meet their learning needs. That's it.
Thank you so much, Megan. I want to be respectful to our other schools who are waiting. I know we still have 3 schools left to share this evening.
But I'd like to,
Pass it
so,
over to
I
Roger.
know trustees may have additional dialogue conversations, so I know it's a little bit past the time we promised to get you home, but you came all this way. And so if trustees want to, engage in, some additional time of just question to clarify, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll let our secondary and RVC colleagues know we're just a little bit delayed.
I just have a couple of comments and then one question. So first of all, thank you for coming and spending your time being really real with us. I love hearing the collaboration, and I've seen that as I've been at different sites. It's, I think, been a really positive thing to see you guys working together so much as a team and helping each other, and something unique about Rocklin. I love that. Also, it's great to hear about the challenges, and it's interesting amongst 2 campuses how similar they were, right? And so I have definitely some notes, and I know I've seen Bill taking some notes as well. How can we make some professional development happen across sites, and how can we form small groups safely? And I'm sure there's lots others. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us about how we can best support you? Is there something else that you haven't that you'd like to add?
Yeah, and it's.
Got it all out,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Good.
I guess phrased the same way for Rochelle, and just taking a look at it, knowing that we're planned to be in hybrid for the rest of 2020, and I was always told hindsight's 2020 and it's always perfect, right? You can always think back. If you could go back in time, knowing that we can't, knowing what you know now, is there anything you would either do differently or change that would have a bigger or a better benefit to the kids? Like, again, I guess similar to, is there anything, if I could ever go back in time, I would have done A, B, C, I would have done this or that, and knowing what you know now?
I think going from spring, we had the summer to prepare for distance learning, and I think parents saw the difference between spring and fall because we had the time to prepare over summer. We had the 2 PD days given back to us. The difference is we went from distance learning, teaching. Yes, we were given time, but we were teaching during the day, and then, all right, you have the afternoon now for, how many days were we given, or time? Do we remember? Before we had to, 5.
5 days.
So 5, it's a lot less than a summer and 2 full PD days. So I think the difference is how can we, if we have to make a pivot, how can we give the teachers time to feel like, okay, we're not just, on a treadmill, that we can take a deep breath and do it better. So I think for me, that would be the difference between the success of fall and maybe, I wouldn't say it's rocking hybrid, it's just new. It's just been 2 weeks. We just need time to, work out the kinks, so.
I think part of what I would change wasn't really in our control. I think in spring, nobody knew what was happening in the world. And I mean, we look back now and go, oh my gosh, long for the days where we just thought we were gonna have a couple weeks home with the family.
Right.
And so I think if we could go back and had said, the held harmless. I know, and that was out of our control, but I think families started hearing that, and also we're in panic mode too. They were in panic mode too, and many of them had jobs that were scary or lost, and so I think that component where the kids may have heard and the parents may have heard that it doesn't matter, that I would have changed that piece, I think. And what I did tell my parents is we may be held harmless right now, but school's going to continue, and I keep providing this work for you, so it's there for you, and I encourage you to take advantage of it and keep doing it. And I think over the summer in one of the workshops that we did, I think it was Miss Anderson that said, let's not go back and start, like for me at first grade again. I looked at my standards and I looked at where the kids needed to be at this point in the year, and then I backfill. I didn't go back and do first grade. I did give some first grade assessments, but I looked at, don't worry about that. Where are they now, and what do I need to do for them right now? And honestly, I'm amazed at how high is not the right word, but how little loss there seemed to be over the summer. And I think a lot of parents were the kids were in the routine of doing things, and they just continued to work over the summer too. So I'm really pleased with where my students are right now, and just, like I said, closing in those gaps. We have gaps every year. I mean, this is nothing new from all levels. So just a matter of looking at those interventions that need to be made. And but I think that's the one thing I would change, is I would have gone back and not quite used that language. Even though, the governor and everyone else was saying all these things, I think that was probably a detriment, but.
Well, technology. Last year, we started in March, and we had done such a great job teaching Google Classroom and everything. And so our students going into third grade were pros. Teachers kind of picked up where we left off. And at the beginning of second grade, we don't have many readers. So trying to teach that technology again, because we use, we teach differently than first grade. And so, just kind of streamlining everything. From grade level to grade level. And so that would be the only thing, because the tech was so important during distance learning. Even still with hybrid, it's just to streamline that tech, get kids, up and going as soon as possible, sending, trainings home to parents, how-to videos. And so just that's.
No, I'm going to ask my questions at the very end.
Okay. Do you have any questions? All right, I know it's late. We deeply, deeply appreciate you being here. We're so thankful. And I actually, beyond being here, we deeply appreciate what you do every day. And we really do understand the effort that's getting into this. And it's clear that we're making real progress. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
So we're going to let these good folks exit as we keep the zones going and all that social distancing, and then our secondary colleagues will kind of take their spots.
Thank you. Are you sending, yeah, it's all right. All right.
It was rich
Yeah.
content, but
Yeah.
you all are just.
But good. But there were a few things that came up for me. I wrote that and looked and saw it. You know.
Really, after this,
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
We apologize for the delay, but there's just so many questions we have, and we're so interested in this conversation, so appreciate you waiting around. We're sorry to keep you waiting. I think we're just going to jump right into it. I think we're going to turn to Granite Oaks first. Is that correct? So, Jay, take it away. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Miller. Trustees, thank you so much for having us this evening. We're coming from Granite Oaks, but we're representing middle schools. We have about a 10-minute presentation that we put together. We were able to survey our staff, and then if there's time, I also have a student survey that we did real quick about distance learning. I brought with me, and thank you again for coming, ladies, Ms. Karen Honiger, who is an 8th grade ELA teacher in the Talent Academy and also a co-lead for ELA at Granite Oaks Middle School, and then Ms. Robeck, who thankfully is teaching science this year, had to beg and plead with math, and is also a co-lead for our math department. So what we've done is we've divided up between Laura and distance learning, and then Karen's going to cover the hybrid, and then all the questions that we had, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end also. Okay? All right, here we go.
Hi, as he said, I teach math and science at Granite Oaks in the 8th grade Quest Gate Academy. I also have a kind of a unique perspective as I have 2 students actually that attend Rocklin schools. So I have one at Parker Whitney and one at Granite Oaks. So I've gotten to see it from multiple perspectives, which actually has given me lots of insight as a teacher on how to improve my practice and kind of reflect on what I'm doing. And so I might bring a little bit of also just the parent perspective if that's acceptable to you as well.
Absolutely.
I'm going to start, though, with mostly what the teachers presented in their survey, so I can give you an overview of how teachers at Granite Oaks are feeling. And by the way, thanks for asking for our input. I think it's really important for you to hear what's going on, and I appreciate being able to have this platform to do it. So the positives with distance learning is that we were interacting with our students every day and fully every day with a schedule that was consistent, right? The same thing every single day. They had work with us, so they had a set schedule, and I think that really did help them. It provided a lot more participation and opportunity for students that they took advantage of compared to the spring, right, which was more chaotic. And obviously, it also had a lot of safety, right? We were keeping our students safe. They were not worried about hybrid. It's just one less thing that was out of their brain because, honestly, we had a lot going on, right? And then we transitioned. Oh, sorry, I'm staying in mine. I apologize. But we were going to talk about some of the challenges with distance learning. Biggest one being technology and just all the glitches you have. I'm sure you've heard about that. I mean, I had a student that never got a hotspot and would consistently have to tell me that she couldn't get to the lesson and what did I miss and how can you help me make that up. So there still were lots of things for students dropping out. And so again, it's that they were trying to be there and technology prevented it, and that was the only access to education. Also, students just being disconnected. Without having that one-on-one, you can feel it in the room, right? When we have humans here with us talking, there's a big difference between that and a screen. And so some kids did not respond to that. They just kind of walk away, even though they're trying to be present. It's not the same, and we all know that as adults, just like the students. This increased, obviously, a lot of demands for teachers. I don't know how anyone else felt. Both ways we've been doing things, I felt like I've been putting in way more hours than I ever have, like a new teacher. I know after the first day of school, I wanted to cry. I felt like everything didn't work. I felt like, how am I going to live through the year? I have 179 more days. And I didn't know how to do it, and it slowly got better. I actually felt the same way after my first day of hybrid, by the way. I said, there's no way I'm ever going to be able to do this and keep up with the demands. And it's gotten better, I will tell you that. It's still way more than what we used to do. And I will tell you, I spend most evenings, most weekends working. We are spending tons of time in either model to make this work for our students, to be responsible for them. And we also noticed that obviously trying to give services to our SPED or EL students, those ones that demand that little bit of extra attention, you can't walk over to a student to give them help in distance learning, right? We can't give them those little reminders like we're supposed to. All those things that are in our IEPs and 504s, so much harder to provide when we're in distance learning. So we were talking about how we can improve. One of the things we've done both times actually in our academy is give a survey to our students to kind of check in how things are going. And this is actually a little bit on a response to how I've seen it as a parent, that I noticed, like in distance learning, how many hours my student was spending on a screen, especially from middle school. They're on the screen from 8:30 to 3:10. Now go do homework on a screen. My son would complain of eyes hurting at the end of the day. And again, he was trying his best to keep up. He was just exhausted. I know both my sons have enjoyed hybrid way more than distance learning, that all those connections and things like that. So that was a big thing. And just having, if we want to improve it, how can we make sure every student has access to that technology? Again, I think most of them, we got to the technology piece, but just to not have it glitch out, making sure every student has a hotspot, figuring out how we can get our hours down as teachers, because again, that was really hard. Although I do appreciate that you all give us an extra hour now with hybrid learning. That hour at the end of the day seriously makes a huge difference. I just talked about how many hours I'm spending working. That's one more I can get a little bit done, where we didn't have that in distance learning. As teachers, we were also working from 8:30 to 3:10. Now go on a screen again, grading things, building curriculum. It was exhausting for us too. We also have to work a little bit more in distance learning, I think, for getting every student engaged. Again, just that piece, but I think that's hard on a screen. And another thing that a lot of teachers complained about was how we were doing attendance every period. Again, remember, we had 7 periods as a middle school. That meant I had to wait 5 minutes usually for most classes to get every student in, to take attendance, and then I needed to think, well, if they weren't there, I had to look for an email to fix their attendance, maybe because they had a glitch again. I also had to think about that student engagement piece and marking that or not. That was a lot of brain power that I don't usually use to that I would like to spend on curriculum, engaging students, doing intervention, doing other things that we were spending, working in that way. Trying to think of anything. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention was that we are trying to get better at working on both our synchronous and asynchronous days. We have some teachers that are actually streaming when they're not on students, we know the rules, but streaming on themselves so that students can engage. And again, a personal experience, that's my son's teacher, so he gets to go to math every day. And I asked him, I said, so does it help when you go? And he goes, absolutely. I get to see the questions and what's going on, and he said it definitely helps him with keeping up with the advanced pace of his class. So I'm kind of going to leave it there, and if you have more questions later, I'm happy to come back and answer them. And that's kind of how we felt as a group about distance learning. And I'm going to pass it on to Karen Honegger to talk about how our transition to hybrid and what's working and what's not.
So thank you for having us. I'm Karen Honegger. The positives came from the staff survey. We looked for where was the most response. Not everyone agreed on positives and negatives, but where was the commonality? With that, the highest positive was the in-person connection. We have not been in school in a classroom teaching since March. Being back in the classroom, students seem happy to be back at school was by far the leading for the positives with the staff survey. The student engagement with at-school days is going very well.
I think that does play into another positive was the class size, like having a smaller class size. You're able to differentiate, meet the need of the student where they're at. Also, just behavior-wise, I personally have had little to no behavior issues with our time being in such demand. That's been wonderful. And just when students are at school, they are able to get support and structure that not everyone is able to get when at home. Challenges, students are very happy to be back at school, and we have some, just with that, we have trouble having them stay away from each other. So student social distancing at the middle school level is an issue. We are doing many things to try to make it better. A lot of people are working very hard to do that. It is an issue. The schedule does bring some challenges, the shortened class period. Even though we do think that hour of prep is invaluable, it's still difficult to get through, such as the lens of an English teacher. English teachers are like 1 to 2 weeks behind with where we usually are. So just think insight like that. And also on some schedules, there are 5 days, even though that does include the weekend, where we do not see a group again. And it's just a long time to go with that without seeing a student in class. Challenges also is the disengagement at home. A lot of students are engaging, even at home. They've been amazing and resilient, but there is a group that is disengaged, and reaching them is difficult. Also, just the overall demands on all staff, not just teachers. Everyone's spread pretty thin, and so like substitutes, like I know personally I've been asked to, on my 6th and 7th period prep, sub for other teachers, and just again, our time is so precious right now. I've seen a lot of people step up and help and support, because that's what we do at our site, but it's where everyone is stretched really thin, and when everyone's stretched really thin, some of us might snap. So also just concern was with the health and safety, sanitation, just making sure the campus is clean and sanitized and safe, and there's communication about what's going on and information for everyone. So those were the challenges, how to improve. The staff did say reviewing the schedule, even though there was not an agreement on what schedule would be better or improved, possibly a day where there was a focus on meetings and planning, intervention, possibility that came through. I'm trying to learn how to improve engagement for at-home days. I'm giving PLC like focus and time to talk about that, as well as the leadership team possibly. And talking about best practices, more resources to meet the district expectations, making sure cleaning supplies, just all the custodial staff seems to be spread.
Bad link. Bad link.
Oh, if I was asleep, I'm awake then. That hurt my ears.
Hello. All right, moving on. So it is where just custodial tasks, there's so many things, making sure that they have the resources and support that they need, and subs. Like I was happy to see an email went out today, knowing that I was saying that has been an issue, and for aides also, it has been an issue. And then I think for improving health and safety concerns, having those resources would be helpful as well. And then just continuing best practices. I do think focusing on the focused target standards, and like that's what for language arts, we are with our PLC time, We still are doing the same curriculum. We just finished up our first assessment throughout 8th grade. We're still going to norm, compare it to last year, and see where we're at. And even though this is a brand new setting and challenges, remembering best practices and continuing to use those in this new setting is very important, and being reminded we know what we're doing as professional educators, even if this is a new territory we're in. So that was hybrid learning.
That is our presentation. So opening it up for questions from the board.
Awesome, thank you. Why don't you, if you have any questions specifically for Granite Oaks, you want to jump in? Do you, Eric?
How are you managing attendance and also tracking engagement for 7 periods a day? You said there were a lot of hiccups and you started to work out how do you do that, but how are you tackling that?
In terms of the hybrid learning? So hybrid right now, that we're tracking engagement through the children coming into their enrichment period. So logging in to the enrichment period, being engaged that direction, obviously work completion is going to equal engagement. We're being very lenient on if a student misses the check-in time in enrichment, if they drop an email, this is why we're gonna count them as, and they complete the work, we're gonna count them as engaged. When we were in distance learning, we were checking in with the kids period by period and putting the J codes in. So a lot of all that data is in Aries to see how kids were engaged throughout the distance learning piece. Obviously, the kids are in front of you in the hybrid, so you either have the kids at home, which we can't really check because the only asynchronous time or synchronous time we have is when they're there with the enrichment period itself, and that's more of a check-in than anything.
So, question, just looking at the asynchronous day for a junior high, 7th, 8th grader, what does it look like for the kids?
So I think it depends on the teacher. Some teachers will give separate work, some will give a continuation of what they did. A lot of teachers are posting videos. Like I said, some are actually live streaming. So I think there's different demands depending on the student, but we all have some expectation of what work they're doing and when they're checking in so that we can support them. Emailing throughout the day, absolutely. I've seen that from my students to get support on what they're doing. I think the hardest challenge, again, both being a parent and seeing what the own students are doing in my classroom, is just their time management piece is not there as much. And I don't know how we could fix that necessarily because we can only be so human. And if I'm giving my demands to my students in my room, I can't be checking in with them every hour because now I'm even spreading thinner. I want to use quality over quantity, if I want to think of it that way, that I want to give them quality instruction while they're here. I want to give them something to do while they're off time. We've talked about strategies. I do talk with them every day about strategies, about what you should be doing at home. What's hard is that check-in and that accountability piece aside from that one period check-in.
For my mind with that is distance learning is not new. Like it is new to a lot of educators this year, but that is something we can bring into our PLCs and best practices of how to engage students digitally for that time at home. And even though we've been doing hybrid for 13 days now, I do think, it is with more time we can improve and learn. And that's just part of how this year goes.
So, Mr. Counter, the vast number of the teachers are doing either a recording of a lesson and then posting it online or doing a screencastify type situation and then posting that for kids. And then we're really pushing them into making an appointment once school ends with their teacher in their office hours between 3:10 and the 3:40 period, or a lot of teachers are just opening it up. So once school's out, 2:15, you want to make an appointment, we'll go ahead and do it that way. So we're trying to get that asynchronous day and have the kids come and ask the teachers questions at that time frame.
Jay, are kids doing that?
They are.
Good. That's awesome.
They sure are.
Can I just ask, because I'm thinking it must be harder than I think it is. When I hear about streaming, and I know some people are, some people aren't, but I think about continuous learning and not having to do two things, it seems to me that if we were streaming, that would reduce the amount of having to do something else for kids who are home. So I guess my question is it harder than I think it is? Or why wouldn't somebody go, yep, that's the way to go?
It kind of goes back to some of the struggles with distance learning to me. I can't get that reaction. I mean, believe it or not, I think teachers are amazing at looking at a room, seeing your reaction, and responding to it.
Yeah.
If I'm streaming, I get zero of that. So I don't know at home if they're actually getting the material or not. I also don't know if they have the access at that time. So if I wanted to continue my education on that day and really demand them be there, now that's asking a whole nother thing we did not require.
Okay.
So we need to be a little sensitive to that idea that it's not as good. When I'm in the room, and I'm sure every teacher in the room would attest to this, that we are constantly modifying how we talk with our next sentence. And so to me, that's the biggest thing I'd lose with the streaming. Now it's not saying there wouldn't be gains, but is it worth it to make every kid log in? And now we're going back to how much screen time are they doing and some of those other concerns I'd have. Is it as good as if I spend a 5-minute screencastify, which isn't that long to make and not that long to post or not that long for them to watch, right?
Yeah.
But maybe could they get the same information almost as well? That would just be my opinion, at least.
Just trying to think of
I do think for me too, like this is the key issue that we have to, as an organization, figure out. And that we struggle with. And it starts with, frankly, a concern around the inconsistency, which is, it's understandable. I actually don't think I understand why where we are, and it makes sense that every teacher is going to figure this out on their own, but ultimately it's not sustainable. And it's not sustainable as a parent. If one child's getting something on one day and one child's not, it makes no sense. And so it does, and you feel like you're not making the same progress based on the choice. So how are we as a system now, whether it's streaming, whether it's agree we're going to screen for Castify, whether it's agree we're going to video our own lessons and put them up, whether we agree, whatever it is, but some general understanding of how we think we can best move kids along in this incredibly difficult situation. Understanding, by the way, as a side, it's not going to be as good. It's not. There's no way it's going to be as good. But what is the best we can do? And I think my main thing, as I turn to this side of the room, is that how do we know? Like, what are we learning? As Karen tries something different than Laura tries, the different than Shannon tries, what do we know about what's working to know how do we make moves down the road? So I don't know if Jay, you were going to say something. No, you don't need to. I didn't know if you're asking.
I didn't know if you were asking a
Okay,
question
no,
or not.
No, I guess it wasn't. I guess it was.
I mean, it's a good, we can't do the form of assessment as well as we can, especially with half the kids at home and half there. I mean, that's a very valid and it's a great question.
Yeah.
Any other questions of our middle school friends? Thank you. Please, can you stick around as we continue to talk? If you need to go, please do, but if you can stick around, we'd love to.
I'm not going anywhere.
Perfect.
Ladies?
I don't know that you speak for your teachers. And that's, okay, good. All right, Justin, thank you.
Okay, oh, there it is. All right, I'd like to thank you guys for having us and gathering our feedback. One of the tenets we preach at Whitney is brevity, so we promise not to repeat a lot of what we heard when we were streaming, and then also what our colleagues from Granite Oaks have said. I think the situation that we're in creates similar challenges across the board, whether it's elementary or secondary, but it also creates some unique ones. And obviously there's some things that are unique to high school that we'll try to highlight here tonight. What we really, when Marty asked us to present, one of the things that I wanted to do was, I feel like anecdotally I talk to a lot of teachers and I hear a lot of things, and there's a lot of things that are consistent, but it's hard to kind of sometimes know if that's just what I feel or if that's what the numbers actually say. So we surveyed our staff last week to really talk about engagement through kind of the 4 different periods of this kind of distance piece. The initial part in March, once we told students they were held harmless, the first month when we were back in distance, and then obviously the last 2.5 weeks that we've been in hybrid. And so I have more detail of that, but I don't want to go into too much of it. But other than to say that it really confirmed what we thought, the basics, that our engagement was low when we went to distance initially, that it dropped even more once we told students they were being held harmless, that when they came back, the engagement was at an all-time high. Those are things that I think if you talk to people across campuses, that's what's been said, and that was really what was confirmed with the numbers. There's some interesting things that came from the hybrid piece. One piece is that our teachers reported that engagement actually went up, or has gone up since we've gone to hybrid. And that was in part of the survey. The other part, though, is when you ask point blank, has it gone up or down? You'll get like 30% that say it's actually lower since we went to hybrid. But when you ask the same questions, you see that there's a lot of students who have gone from not engaged at all or poorly engaged to are at least somewhat engaged now, or at least the classes are reporting that. So it's an interesting dynamic. One piece that also was interesting was that they feel like test scores have increased in the last 2.5 weeks with students being back on campus. So like anything, and I know we debate this, whether the asynchronous model is the best one, whether the live stream model is the best one, there's good and bad of all of them. There are things that are just not sustainable, as you said, but also it's not going to be the same as regular school. And there's going to be things that we just have to deal with no matter what you try. So those are some of the interesting things. For me, before I pass it off, I just want to say that we talked about looking at the data that we got and kind of next steps and things that I wanted to share with you. The first one is that I really think our teachers need to be commended for what they've done. When you look at, we went to a distance model, our survey said 92% highly engaged across the board. Like I said, a record high. We went into this with people who were all over the board in terms of tech skills. People who are leading the way in the country to people who are scared to touch a computer, and to have that kind of turnaround in 6 months is really impressive. And to kind of look at this moving forward, there's some things to take from this that I think we can really leverage, and which is when we look at 21, 22, and I know it's hard to even think about that with the things we have in front of us in the next 2 months, much as less than the next 6. But we're set now to be able to do some things with distance learning when we go back to regular school, and our students have the capabilities and our teachers do to be able to have that discussion that will allow us to kind of solve some of the problems that regular scheduling and school presents. We have AP classes that hamstring our kids from taking other classes that they want because they have to be offered at certain times of the day, and they're only offered once or twice a year. And this can free us up to open some of those slots up in schedules. And we know our students have the capability of doing it, and we know that our teachers do too. And the other part really is looking at what our teachers have learned. Again, to come back to that, like we've taken some very novice tech people, and they are very capable now. Do those skills stick once they aren't completely necessary to do anymore? And did our best get better? I mean, there are great teachers on our campus who would say before this they were not tech savvy. They probably still would say that, even though I would argue they are. But they all have learned something that's going to make them a better teacher. And does that, translate into higher test scores, fewer, no credits, things like that is something that we'll have to look at as we kind of move forward. So I'm going to turn it over to my 3 colleagues here. We had a great time, and it felt like we were on the Late Show, sitting in the green room. They all wanted to know why I didn't bring gift bags for them. But Alex Anderson, who's our co-department chair for math, he also teaches in CTE. And then Patrick Gale, who works in our language arts department. And he actually co-teaches with Kevin Estes, who's our co-department chair for special ed. And Kevin obviously co-teaches with Patrick and does support services too. So I'll turn it over to Alex.
All righty, thank you everybody for having us. Just a couple things, mostly, what's worked, what hasn't worked. The people I've talked to are in the math department and then the CT department as well, so a lot of the information and feelings I have come from talking to my colleagues. But for the most part, technology, from a non-hardware perspective, yes, there's going to be internet issues, yes, there's going to be computer issues, things like that. Those things are going to happen, but from a technology perspective, we feel like as a teaching staff, we learned more tricks, more things that we can use to disperse the information to the students, which was really helpful. Most of our staff feels like they're pretty good with technology, even if they weren't in the beginning. So that's been really good. There's not days where we have teachers just have no idea what's going on and they're kind of behind the curve. It's been pretty great from day one. Now that we've kind of moved on campus, from a math perspective, the lower kids are the ones we feel that are receiving the most benefit from that, to where they can be hands-on. The teacher can physically see what they're doing, whether it be on their dry erase board, on their desk, whatever. Those are the kids that benefit the most. The AB calculus kids, they're going to find ways to be successful one way or the other, but we have a lot more of the lower end students that that benefit the most from being on campus. And from that being said, the testing, as a teaching staff, we feel a lot better because we can see them take the test, and it's not like, all right, they're at home, let's hope they're not cheating, and we're kind of hamstrung there. But as they are taking the test in front of us, it's going a lot better. The kids are more engaged because they are on campus, they are seeing their teacher. It helps just kind of bring everything together. Unfortunately, at the high school level, our math curriculum is CPM, which is built on group work. Like from day one to the end of the school year, it's group work. You work in groups of 4, everyone's got a task. Well, that's kind of out the window because you can't be in groups. So we've kind of had to redevelop the curriculum. We're obviously still going through all the key points and everything that we're supposed to be going through so that we cover each topic, but from a teaching perspective, we've just had to change it up. And so just the last couple of minutes here, I was just going to talk about kind of, and almost answering your question from earlier, is what does it look like if you were in my classroom? So when we went hybrid, I basically made a folder on Schoology and said, hey, here's the work for the week. If you're at home, it's what you're doing. If you're in the classroom, it's what you're doing. But this is kind of what needs to get done throughout the week. And whether it's pre-recorded notes, worksheets, homework problems, things like that all go into that folder so that hopefully kids can work on it at home or they can work on it while they're in the classroom. I felt like it was decent. It was going pretty well. I didn't like the idea of pre-recorded notes. I don't think they were getting as much from that as they could have. I saw some kids watching the videos in class and they're just sitting there staring at the screen, kind of eyes glazed over. I'm like, all right, well, this isn't working. So I switched that just from this last week to where, okay, you still have the folder of work you need to do, but instead of the pre-recorded videos, you're going to take notes with me while you're in class. I can record them through the doc cam and I can post them for students who are sick or quarantined or whatever, so that they can still have access to at least the notes. So they still have their folder of work. Now, starting this week, now they're just taking the notes in class. So to kind of answer the question of what does it look like moving forward, it's been, 13 days? We're still trying to figure it out a little bit. But we're just going to keep progressing, keep trying new things, try and find things that work. So hopefully that we can, get the most out of the kids so that they can be excited coming to class and all that stuff. So
How much within that have you looked at your scope and sequence in the sense of, as you look at the end of the year, we're not going to make it as far in the curriculum, by definition, we're not. But how far and how much have you looked at essential standards within it? I mean, are you doing this on your own? Is there a joint conversation? Do you have any belief that you're making it through what you need to be making it through? And how do you figure that out?
So I work with, so I teach Integrated 1, so I work with my Integrated 1 PLC team, which is me and 2 other teachers.
Yep.
So we mapped everything out through the first
And out of curiosity,
quarter
that mapping,
semester.
how much was that mapping out looking at Integrated 2 is partially what you're trying to make sure you get through to?
So one of the teachers, there's a crossover, I guess you could call it, between Integrated 1 and Integrated 2 with teachers.
Yeah.
So we have an Integrated 2 teacher
Yeah.
on the Integrated 1 team,
Great.
so that way, and then there's obviously a 2 with a 3 and a 3 with the pre-calc and all that. So we do have that layover of, okay, hey, here's what they definitely need to be able to do for Integrated 2. We can't cut that. That's got to be taught this year. So we have those conversations, within our PSCs.
Sitting here today on October 7th, how confident are you that they're going to be prepared for Integrated 2 at the end of this academic year?
I think they'll be ready. I have no reason not to believe. We are cutting some of the fat, I guess you could call it, from the curriculum, that we've identified what's the most important for Integrated 2, and we feel like we're teaching that, and we 100% feel like kids will be ready.
I'm guessing, yeah. I see what head shake, yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
No.
I'll hand it over to Patrick
Great,
Gale,
thank
and then, oh, I'm sorry.
We're gonna hot potato. Okay, so Kevin Estes, I took just a poll with just the special education department at Whitney High School and reached out a little bit to Rocklin High School just in terms of how their SPED is doing. So I'm gonna do kind of distance learning, the positive and the negative, and then hybrid, positive and negative, and go from there. Distance learning, positive, consistent attendance. I think I don't need to really touch base on that too much. Intervention was kind of built into the class period, and so classes were designed when we still had, I think they were 80 minutes, so 40 minutes of in-person time and then 40 minutes of asynchronous time. So we were able to, and I'm talking to, as a co-teacher, with this is us as co-teachers for the SPED, we can kind of keep those kids on a little bit longer. If we needed to, we can utilize private breakout sessions. That way, use things in the private chat. So the intervention that we're kind of missing right now with the hybrid was kind of built into the distance learning class. There was no fear of COVID for our students when they were at home. Allowed for one-on-one support during those breakout sessions. And then good preparation for online college classes. So a lot of our seniors and kind of upperclassmen, you know, kind of real life experience, you know, even moving into the real world, kind of the future of doing Zoom interviews that way. So just getting them used to being able to interact on a computer, you know, being aware of what's around you, how to not talk with your hands all the time like I'm doing right now, but just some of those pieces that you really don't get when you're in person. You know, so that was a positive. Some negatives of distance learning. It's difficult for our SLD students to work independent. And so if they were in an SDC class, you know, how much time do we keep them on screen? You know, if it is a full 80 minutes and the student has 3 SDC classes, now they're in front of a computer screen, you know, that entire time or most of the day. Same thing with our curriculum support class where we work on IEP goals or just academic support. How much time do I keep them on screen? You know, trying to be aware of that. Tech issues was an issue. Class relied heavily on internet access. And then I think something that was brought to my attention later on was being able to print things off at home. So I know there was a huge push for hotspots and headsets and microphones and all that stuff, but something I just never really thought about until after distance learning was done was just the access to print. And so we've utilized some other apps that we've had our kids download. So moving to hybrid. So hybrid learning, some positive, being able to teach the same thing 2 days in a row. It kind of goes back to our odd even schedule. You know, for especially our SDC classes, it's been great. Class sizes are smaller, so you get more one-on-one attention with our students. And then just flexibility with our support providers, so our paraprofessionals specifically, that push out into our GE classes. If they're in a class and most of the students that they're assisting are on A days and they're in there on a B day, we can maybe utilize them in a different classroom on a B day that doesn't have the support or needs the support. So we've been able to kind of shuffle things around a little bit that way. And then no tech excuses. When the kid's in class and his Chromebook doesn't work, we have Chromebooks on campus, the piece of paper, right, pencil, here's a pencil. So no tech issues. Some negative of hybrid, having to run an in-person class and a virtual class at the same time. I think this has gotten better and easier the more that myself and my colleagues have had to do this. Granted, it might be a class with 5 kids in person and 1 or 2 kids online, so I think just the ratio is a little more simplified for us in the SPED world. Negative, having SDC students on campus 5 days a week, it's just having a place for them to go. So sometimes our classes are a little bit larger. Sometimes the students doing exactly what they did the day before, and I think in theory it sounds great, oh, they'll get the same curriculum 2 days in a row, but if it's group-based work or the language live curriculum that we use, it's not always set up. It doesn't fit into a box like with a little pretty bow on it, so it definitely takes some outside thinking, and so just finding places for that student to be on campus and then utilizing staff members, trying to balance, help the students that are in class, that are supposed to be there, and then also help the student that is there, you know, on their off day, as I air quote that, as well. I got a lot of notes.
He cut it down too.
I did. Office hours at the end of the day, so the 1:40 time, again, great in theory, but IEP prep times, we're trying to hold IEPs during that time as well. Trying to find IEP time during the school day, you know, just with the hybrid schedule and the different lunches and trying to find GE teachers, and GE teacher has to come to the IEP, and we want to try to get the student's GE teacher at the IEP, but the teacher's teaching that time or it's an off lunch, and so that just logistically, it's a nightmare. And then students moving into our RVC. Or RVC has been that issue with this hybrid movement, especially with our STC population, and so trying to serve them, through curriculum that is designed to be in person, but they're at home, and scheduling has been a nightmare with that, and so just I think RVC in general with SPED has just been, it's been difficult, I guess would probably be the best word for it. And the next steps that we're looking at is utilizing Zoom meetings on students' off days, so even our RSP students that are at home, scheduling a specific time. I can speak for myself, so I teach a third period curriculum support class. Every student has access to my Zoom third period curriculum support class. They come into it, we can check in. Sometimes it might just need to be a 5-minute, 10-minute check-in. I got a question that's on this assignment. Okay, you're good. Okay, you can go. So utilizing Zooms a little more daily. Classroom setup. So I think the tech has finally caught up to us. So in my classroom, I'm able to use I got a desktop in the back of the classroom that can hook up to the projector that projects onto the screen. And then I have my camera on my actual computer in front of me, in front of the classroom, so the student at home can see the screen, and now I can teach to my classroom.
Nice.
Just did that today. It was so exciting.
That's awesome.
I felt like
That's awesome.
I was a kid in a candy store again. It was amazing. And then moving staff, like I mentioned before, just utilizing, okay, now that we're kind of 2 weeks into it, what teachers still need help? How can we move the B para to an A class? And then, like I said, utilizing Zoom just for intervention pieces at the end of the day, before the day, curriculum support time. Yeah, I think I touched base on almost everything I have.
Thanks,
I'm going to pass it over. Tad.
Thank you guys for having us. I'll kind of run through like Kevin did, which is the positives of distance learning, negatives of distance learning, and then same thing with hybrid, and then some other things that I've noticed. Obviously, one of the huge positives for distance learning was the consistency for teachers and students, and that they all knew what their schedules were every day. They knew that whether they were showing signs of COVID or not, that they could have a teacher in their home teaching them and giving them direct instruction. Normally, it was about 45 or 50 minutes of direct instruction. It also allowed, like Kevin said, to have that natural intervention time over the course of that class period where I could, in small breakout rooms, have some one-on-one time or small group time with students. It also allowed me to have students collaborate, which I'd say that is the very foundation of our language arts curriculum at the high school level. In addition to that, I do know from just talking with my students, anecdotally telling me that their anxiety was significantly lower. And that as we came back to campus, I had quite a few students that anxiety was so high that it caused them to miss large pieces of time in the hybrid model. One of the negatives was obviously us getting used to, especially this school year, what teaching online looked like and how to overcome some of those engagement struggles that we are having in the classroom, which really looked like proactively seeking students' opinions when we were in small breakout rooms, and then that way getting a conversation started and them asking questions based off that. In terms of the hybrid model, obviously one of the big positives is that humans like human interaction and that we get students back on campus, we get to actually like sense their physical presence in the class, we get to like develop a relationship. That's obviously hindered by social distancing. So when we really look at the negatives of the hybrid, it's, in my mind, almost the opposite of what we saw with distance learning, which is there's a lot of inconsistency with it. That not only is the daily schedule inconsistent for the students depending on the week, but also the schedule that they have for the bells is inconsistent from day to day. And that I have even seniors having significant struggles with which days they're supposed to be on campus and what times they're supposed to log in and check in with Zoom. So it's really not only educating them in terms of my content, but also getting them to understand the systems that they're having to work with.
Can I interrupt you right there?
Yeah.
So I understand that their schedules, you know, if I go Wednesday and Friday, then the next week I go every other Monday, right? But tell me about the change in the bell schedule.
Well, so on Mondays, it's like a 10-minute shift on the entire bell schedule.
Right, okay.
Which means that when they have to do their Zoom check-in with me during their second period class, it's 2 different times with students, even though it's the 3rd week we've been doing this, still have a significant struggle with that.
Okay. So just like when we had before, the schedule on Monday is different than the rest of the week, but Tuesday through Friday is consistent? Is that right?
Sure.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, make sure I
Yeah,
understood.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with you, but students are still struggling.
For sure. A lot of change.
I have also noticed personally, attendance is off. Normally in each of my classrooms, I'm probably missing 10 to 15% of my students in every class period. And that me having to find ways to deliver the instruction that I'm delivering in class to those students, for whatever reason that they're missing, is obviously overwhelming to me and to the students themselves. And that directly ties into, in the hybrid model.
Question real quick, on the attendance, is that attendance on a synchronous day, like in-class attendance, or is it the kids that aren't logging in on the asynchronous day?
Oh, my asynchronous attendance is amazing because if a kid doesn't show up, I just say, hey, text them, get them on here so they can check in with me. It's the synchronous days where they're supposed to be in class. And that on last Friday, in a class of 19, I had 7 students absent. On Monday, in a class of 19, I had 5 students absent. And in my first period class today, did we have 5 students? We had 6. We had 6 students out of a class of 17. So when you're talking about the impact that this is having on students, I would say that that's significant. And when we have to look at the attendance across the board, and we're talking about missing maybe 90 to 95 kids a day to COVID-related exclusions, to me, that's significant.
And that's why they're not there. It's COVID-related. They're being quarantined or.
I have been kind of tracking this because it obviously is a big interest to me, that I would say that on average, and you can correct me, we've had about 135 students off of our campus, and around 90 or 95 of them are related to the COVID symptoms. Am I far off? It depends on the day.
But, so if you subtract that, you've got sort of a normal attendance rate, but what the huge influx is COVID-related.
In addition, with the loss of direct instructional time, not only from students being absent, but also the loss of days that I have students in my classroom, obviously there's going to be some loss, like you talked with Alex about. We talked about the inability to collaborate in that environment, and I would say that is kind of all I have. The loss of intervention time has also been a significant issue with us. That was naturally embedded when we had the distance learning, and that while we do have office hours in the afternoon, there are students that just don't have the ability to leave our campus, get home, and then log onto a computer in time to meet with teachers. And that there's a physical distance between Whitney High School and some of our students' homes that just don't allow for it. So when we would normally have time during the school day to meet the needs of those students, we're not meeting the needs of those students.
From an intervention standpoint, is everything online intervention? Like if I was in the last class, could I stick around in your class and go
Well,
to intervention?
physically what that would look like in my classroom, because you could stick around, but there's like 5-minute passing periods. So even if there is independent work time in my classroom during a class period, me standing in a socially distanced manner talking to you about your grade might be an uncomfortable situation if I'm telling you that you're failing and this is why you're failing. So really it's finding those ways that are significantly more subtle so I don't shut a student down in my classroom. And yeah, I think that's kind of one of the other points that I definitely wanted to make sure that I mentioned, which is a teacher's ability with a classroom of like 36 or 37 students to both teach a synchronous and an asynchronous lesson, so online and students in my classroom. Even the small check-ins that I have during my second period are overwhelming because not only am I trying to direct 16 or 17 students in my classroom what to do, I'm doing the same thing with students online. I'm having to check a chat, I'm having to log them in as they log into Zoom because we have the filter up that students have to log into. And really, all I can think of is back in the day when I was a little kid and my mom had the corded phone and she's trying to talk to like my aunt, and my sister and I are watching TV, and all she's doing at us is yelling at us to be quiet. And that to me is kind of what I think of as I'm trying to do all of those things at the same time and teach students complex cognitive tasks, that it's just overwhelming to think that we can do that at a high-performing level. And then for a student, I can only imagine them feeling like someone who's like walking into a pizza place and ordering trying to order, and the person behind the counter picks up the phone and deals with the person on the phone even though you're standing there in person. And what are we telling students if we're saying that those students online get more or equal treatment on days that you're in my class? And I feel like if they're present, that I should be present with them as well, and that I should have ownership over what it is that I'm trying to do. So thank you. I think I covered everything I planned on and some more. So I made fun of you. My bad.
Thanks, Pat. Colleagues, questions? So I have a few while people are. So one, Justin, I know that you guys, Whitney's obviously had more COVID-related quarantining than any of our other schools. How do we? And this is not going to end until we have no matter what shape we're in, that's going to always be going on. That's the consistency we know we'll have. How do we think about that? So I know we have independent study. I know we have some things, but how do we think about continuation of learning when you are forced to quarantine for 10, 14 days?
Yeah, I think that's honestly the $1 million question that we don't have an answer to right now, because like Patrick said, we're in I say we, like I'm in the classroom still, but they're in this situation where they're trying to do the synchronous, they're trying to do asynchronous, and now we've got this third piece where they're not there at all. So is that all asynchronous? And how do I deliver what is in the classroom to somebody who can't come at all?
Right.
In addition to now still serving who's in the class and everything else. So it's a challenge, and I think it's like we talked before, it's not a systematized thing, in that each teacher has kind of tackled it differently.
Yeah.
But we do have all the things that we've talked about. We have teachers who turn they stream it, right? So it's live, so the student can hear it if they want to log in at the same time. There's some that are doing that. There's some that are pre-recording what they're doing and posting that so students can look at it. And then there's some that are, kind of doing a hybrid of both or
Because even the
different things.
pre-recording, the streaming I get, the pre-recording is even tough because the assumption is you got the lesson and now I'm bringing you along. But if I wasn't there because I had to be quarantined,
Right.
what do I do? It is a tough situation.
Yeah.
All right. So the other, I just hope we can continue to think about that and work on that as well, again, because we know that's going to be consistent. The other question I had for, either one of you is around a sort of an equity-related question is, it may be too early, but what do we know about the kids who struggle the most? So the kids who are in poverty, the kids, I appreciate hearing about it with special ed, and we have some, but there are homeless, like we have a significant population that struggles to begin with. How do we know about the impact of them as we're moving into this new model of teaching? And I'd love to hear from both of you.
Yeah, and I think we'll have a better idea after this week. Once grades come out, we kind of get a chance to dive in that and look at it. I think we'll see the gaps that we normally see, unfortunately.
But do you think they're going to widen?
I can't even speculate. I'd be interested to see what it is. I think, looking at the engagement numbers, I wouldn't think so. I mean, our engagement for students with special ed services were just as high.
Your low
as anything
SES
else.
kids, are they equally just as high? Or your
Well,
English
and that
learners?
I don't know, because the survey broke it down by, what types of classes
So that's
do
what
you
I'm
teach.
particularly,
So
the
that's
low
a good-
SES or English learners, that's what I'm particularly interested to know,
Yes.
how they're,
Yeah. So it is, we'll know a lot, like I said, we'll know a lot more after Friday.
Yep, makes sense.
But yeah, I would suspect, we've put some systems in place over the course of the last 6 months. I think trying to get a Chromebook to every kid, anybody who's asked, they've got a device that works. If it doesn't work, we give them a new one. If they forget it in class, the library has them to be able to check out. So there's not you don't have a device you can't access, but that's not to say that at home we're not dealing with bad internet or multiple siblings that are trying to access it. So there's all those things still.
Jay, did you want to say?
I would echo what Justin was speaking about. I mean, we're in the same boat with the grades, and once we get the grades back, we can compare the data. Just anecdotally, working with families of the low SES, it seems like the gap is widening a bit because, mom or dad, single family, they're at home, they're trying to work.
Absolutely.
They're trying to manage the kid on the asynchronous days, yet they're trying to go in. I've been working with one family specifically. We had a parent meeting today with them, and we've righted the ship and got it going in the right direction, but she was pulling her hair out, and then she'd get home and send us these emails that were just like, I don't know what to do. How can you help? And that's been problematic. So the folks that are kind of managing the ship on their own right now are struggling. And how do we support them?
I appreciate that.
Not only the student, I talked to her about Wellness Together, I've hooked up with a kid every time he's been on campus. You know, I'm trying to mentor him. We're getting our mentoring program going at Grand Oaks Middle School and hook up kids with, you know, individual adults. It's how do we keep our physical net there for these kids so that they because they're not there every day.
Yeah.
It's so easy, or it's much easier to do when they're there every day.
Yeah.
You know, we've got that net at both middle schools and the high schools. But when they're not there right before us, how can we support them at home from getting on the video games and blowing things off and, you know, doing whatever they're doing? So it's difficult.
And I do know we've had some of our elementary schools, which I appreciate, with the higher poverty populations who have actually bringing kids in on their asynchronous day with a pair, putting them in the room and allowing them to still distance learn, but do it from a classroom because home is just, it just, for whatever reason, doesn't support the allowance. So those ways of thinking about it is particularly appreciated.
Yeah, it's troublesome.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, so, and again, I appreciate all the continuous improvement mindset that you guys have all shared. It was really great. Just looking at it, you know, and under the guise of hindsight's always perfect, with looking at the hybrid for the rest of 2020 and that going forward, if you could go back in time, what would you, knowing now what you know, what would you do differently? What would you change to make things better for the kids?
In terms of going to hybrid or?
No,
or just?
so we're in hybrid, right?
Yes.
We're gonna finish the, 2020 out with that. Just knowing what you know now, looking back, if I could start over, at the beginning of the school year or whatever, I could start over, what would I do differently to have the biggest impact for the kids? Just, it's anybody question.
I think just one thing in particular I think of is just the consistency piece. From a scheduling standpoint, I know students from when we went distance learning to hybrid, that was kind of different. It was difficult for a lot of students, especially we talk about, we have a wide range of students, and when we throw them a curveball like that, it's difficult. So, we could have never predicted that we were going to go distance learning to hybrid after, 6 weeks, so that would be tough. But if we have this magical time machine, we go back in time, try and find a way that says, okay, what's going to cause the least disruption if we have to go from one learning model to another?
I was actually thinking about just how the students interact with technology and how we do, and kind of having the respect for when we ask for assignments in a new format, in digital format. What I kind of learned and how I kind of modified myself was, again, watching my own child spend an assignment that was supposed to be a 5-minute little quick history, like go on this map, do this thing. We went on the first device, it failed. We went on the second device, it failed. We went on the third one, we emailed the teacher. It took us an hour to do a 5-minute assignment. What appreciation did I gain from that? That I may think I'm giving them 5 minutes of work, but it took an hour because the technology hindered that.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things is adjusting and figuring out how much time I really respect, especially for anything I assign digitally one way or the other. I think that's something I've gained a true appreciation of as a teacher, and also just making sure I am constantly checking in with my own students at school. Again, that's why we've done a couple surveys each time to kind of go, how long is this really taking you? I think it's going to take you this.
Yeah.
But I need to know that I am not overly stressing them out, because I know this is all demanding cognitively and everything we're doing with these poor children in a way.
Yeah.
But I'm also not making sure I hold them to standards, like you were talking about pacing and everything else. I need to make sure they know stuff, because I don't want these guys yelling at us that we didn't cover stuff. I don't want
Yeah,
him yelling at
totally.
me that I didn't cover my math.
And I actually, while you have the mic, because that was part of my question too, how, as you sit in 8th grade, your ability to get them ready for integrated 1, how are you feeling about that?
I feel like we have a really strong PLC team, and we've really tried to identify what are the key things we need to, we cannot, for example, if they can't graph a line, I can't.
Right.
There's certain key things we know that if we don't hit those, if they can't do these 5 things, we don't feel, it's much best to our ability, obviously,
Totally.
with the students, send them on. So we identify those first. We obviously fill in the other pieces that we have time for.
Right.
But like you said, there is some stuff that unfortunately we'll let go by the wayside, but we know what the essential skills are.
Right.
We communicate as groups, both with the team, and actually, if anything, we've communicated more this year, I think, with the people before us, because we had to talk to them in the spring. Well, what did you cover in the spring? Because
Right.
I already know you didn't cover that as well as we could have done it, right?
Yeah.
So the communication piece, even with 7th grade this year to 8th grade, has been great, because I go, okay, you didn't cover, for example, Pythagorean theorem as well as you should have for integrated 1.
Yep.
Okay, when I hit that, I better hit it a little
Go
different.
back and review. Yep.
So the communication piece has actually been improved, if anything, to look for.
That is wonderful to
Great.
hear. Deeply appreciate that. That's
Yeah.
great.
That was gonna-
I guess my two things would be, one, if we do decide to change the model in any way, shape, or form, that we give staff a fair amount of time to prepare and prep before we get to that point. I think we rushed into it a little bit quickly this year, and if we took just a little bit, even another week of time, I think we could have been more, I don't know, prepared when the kids got here. The other thing that I would hope for, if we do start looking at a new system, would be, I think it was touched on earlier by you, Rick, that we could have some common agreements about what would an asynchronous day look like. You can do maybe an X, Y, or Z, but let's stick to those three things.
Yeah.
And I would like, just for all the groups at the table to come together and say, we can agree on this. Let's think what's best for kids. What can we agree on? It can't be just one thing, I think. I think because there's different modalities for teachers in delivering different curriculums. But if we give them an A, B, or C, you can pick one of these three things. Let's do one of those for the kids, and let's stick to those three things.
That's great.
And keep it consistent, because it's hard. I mean, parents are out there looking at Schoology, and one teacher's doing it one way, and one school's doing it one way, and you could have kids spread across the district at elementary, middle, and high, and then, people are pulling their hair out.
Right.
And I know I'm that way with kids in Eureka and then Roseville Joint, and it's all across the board. So the more consistency we can give families, I think the better off we are.
Thanks, Jay. Kevin, did you have some? I know you worked hard for the mic. Justin wasn't going to give you the mic, so I'm glad you got it.
Well, you can't, it's hard to get somebody's attention with the mask on, because you can't. No, actually, Jay kind of stole my thunder there a little bit, but just the timing of everything, I know, right? And then not just timing for teachers is nice, but I think giving the kids the knowledge ahead of time to kind of give them the skills. Hey, this is what it's going to look like in a month from now, 2 months from now, whatever it might be. And not just with the students, but with the parents as well. Hey, this is what to expect and how the schedule is going to look. I was talking to some teachers today, and I think in high school we forget, we have sophomores on campus right now. They have not completed a full year of high school, like a normal year. And so to treat them like sophomores right now is, I think, something that, just reflecting on that, but just echoing the timing of everything, and then not just the teachers, but the students. I think it comes back to the students. If it affects me, and I'm supposed to be the adult in the classroom, I can only imagine what little Johnny feels, as a 9th grader who's never stepped foot on a high school campus. Now he has that's in itself is an eye-opening experience, and then to jump into distance learning, and then we're going to go to hybrid, we're going to go back to distance learning, so I think just in hindsight, the consistency, and then just not the timing for the teachers as well, but for the students, get the kids ready. Let's prep the kids, let's prep the families. But thanks, Jay.
I have one final question since we have you here, Pat. I'm just kidding. We talked about scope and sequence. We talked about essential skills. How does that work with the AP? How are you confident if a kid wants to take the assessment, you're going to be able to get them ready for the assessment given this craziness?
I've actually been fortunate is that I'm not teaching my AP literature
Oh, I'm
course
sorry.
right now.
Okay.
I am teaching my AP Capstone course
Okay.
though, and AP Capstone is actually 2 concurrent years that
I
students
see.
take an AP seminar class and then they take an AP research. And over the course of it, they do several performance tasks that are due in April.
Got it.
So for the AP seminar, which is the junior level course, they have to write a 5-page paper, then they have to write a 7-page paper, and for each paper, they have to do a 10-minute presentation. Even though that's due in April, the students that are taking it currently know that they are going to second semester have to do a significant amount of work without the support of a classroom. And that we've talked about what that is actually going to look like. However, without an intervention period for me to meet with them, I feel like it could be overwhelming for many of them. So in terms of the skills that they're getting, I would say that they are getting every single thing that they need in order to be successful, but I am having to compress it, but I do know that I have second semester to support them. In terms of the planning that I've already done in terms of scope and sequence for AP literature, I would say that I know 100% for a fact that I'm going to cover every single skill that they need in order to pass the test. The number of times that they're going to get to practice it will probably be slightly less, and that the number of novels it will cover will be less than I do in a normal school year. But I would say that that buffer is the number of books that we're going to discuss, not the amount of material that we're going to cover.
Makes sense. Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I go back to Derek's question? I know I'm not, technically I'm with Whitney tonight, so. But your question, the high insight question, right, I think that's, I think Alex might have mentioned if we had a time machine, we would all go back and fix everything. I think, and Kevin touched on this, which is why I wanted to speak to it, is there's an element of this where we haven't done this with the people that actually live in the classroom every day, experiencing all the decisions we're sitting here making. So I hope that we have the high insight now that we do this with kids. Because I know we're talking about ideas, we're thinking about what could work, what could make asynchronous better, what could make synchronous better. And you know, I informally survey my students if we did Zoom and it was required or whatever, or how many of your teachers are doing it and whatever, most of their teachers are offering it, most of them want nothing to do with it. And I don't think it's because they're lazy and have no interest in getting educated, I think because it just doesn't work. So while that's a good idea, and I'm not saying that's the only idea on the table, I love the idea. I think Jay was saying we need an ABC plan and offering and kind of put us in some boxes, but some options. But I think there's that element. Like, again, we all think we have great ideas, and yes, we're experts in this field, but we're not the experts living in the world of getting the education that we're trying to provide right now. We're just the ones thinking we know what's best for a 14, 15-year-old student, a 12, 13-year-old student. So I think that's in hindsight, we left that voice out of this conversation pretty much since March. I think, you know, I think Kaylee as a school board rep has been phenomenal in voicing that student voice, but that started in the last month, and we've been doing this for 7 or so months of discussions and planning. And so I think that's the high insight we need to add is that student voice. We've done some surveys, but let's sit some of them down at a table and have them dialogue. You know, hopefully they will. That's been a different challenge in all of this as well, as teaching kids those skills on how to dialogue through a mask and through a socially distanced, and just teaching those communication skills that we kind of assumed they would have. They know how to talk to each other and collaborate, but when you take out all the norms that they're used to, they're deer in the headlights and they don't really know how to kind of move forward, so.
I really appreciate that, Sean. I think that's a really good point, so thank you. Thank you, truly, thank you. I cannot thank you enough. I know it's late, you're here much later than you had to, you missed the entire debate. I'm sure it was great. I'm sure you taped it, you can go and watch it. But, and as I said before, I'll say again to you, thank you not mostly for being, but more than being here, for everything you're doing. And we really do understand the amount of work and the preparation of what you're doing and how much you're working harder than you've ever worked before. And it's deeply, and you can see it's coming through and it's starting to make a huge difference. So thank you, thank you. All right.
As we welcome in our Rocklin virtual campus folks, we're going to welcome you to exit out the side door so they can come in.
Need a break?
Thank you.
You're good. Do you need a break?
I'll take a break.
You want a break?
I'll just run to the bathroom.
Okay, all right. We're going to do a quick bio break if you need to. I leave it to you to make your own decision on whether you need to. Oh. You have a headache?
went to the whole thing, and it was like dirt lot, brand new, everybody had already made those decisions, and that's why I said, Sarah, okay, let's work on, it's a great school district, other house, it was cute, but it was on like it was the one street, and you got the neighborhood, you did the loop around, so that, I remember trying to teach Ben and them how to ride bikes and things, we had to go to this park over here, so this was like, okay. We moved there, Annalise was a third grader, and Ben was a kindergartner. Okay. So now she's, yeah, so 10, 11 years. It does, and I remember telling everybody, like, oh, you've got nothing but time, and you look back, it's like, and now I'm sitting, you're like, so Ben, we need a couple more years of Ben, so. And it's a neat house, but it's too big for Sarah and I with the kids, right? So. Yeah.
Chelsea, are you with us? Can you comment? This is a test. I heard some feedback. Can you make a comment?
Would you like me to comment in the chat, or I just unmuted?
I
Is
needed
this
to
working?
just be more clear, and the very wise Travis just said, I should say what type of comment to make. Thank you, we can hear you. That was perfect.
Okay. And I will, so I'm assuming the mute and unmute works. So I'm gonna mute myself.
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, and when you're ready to address me, just let me know and I can unmute myself. I'm here, I'm watching, so.
Wonderful.
No worries.
Thank you for sticking with us. We know we're running a little bit later than planned.
That's okay, thank you for being accommodating. We're getting the real virtual experience with a call-in.
Yes, we can do a lot of things virtually. We are learning that at RVC. All right, thank you so much. We sincerely apologize for how late you are. It has been, the only excuse I'll give is we're just having lots of good conversations, and we appreciate it. So good to see you. Thank you very much. We're excited to hear, as you know, we've heard about elementary, middle, and now we're excited to hear about RVC. So I'm turning it to Jen. Are you, great, take it away. That sometimes works, so we're gonna hope it works right now.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay,
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, there are some people watching on YouTube at home, so please do use the mic, even though if you don't need it, so that way they can hear you.
So, Jennifer Hanks, I'm the administrator that oversees RVC, and to my left is Kylie Bray. She is the assistant principal. To my right is Barb Sunday, and she is one of our elementary teachers. And then zooming in on audio is Chelsea Jones, and she is one of the secondary teachers that is supporting Rocklin High School. So we strongly encourage you to stop us as we're talking and ask questions.
We're good at that.
And we would appreciate that because you've already been here a long time. We are all very excited about RVC. And since it's new to everybody, we could talk forever, but we don't really plan to. So first and foremost, just thank you for creating RVC. It's a great opportunity to even have the virtual campus. It's been a lot of work, but it's been something that's been really good for our students and our families as well as our staff. There's a lot of things that are going well with RVC, and it kind of got alluded to when Bill was talking about our spiritware. One of the biggest things that families appreciate and that we appreciate as staff is still being tied to our traditional sites. The opportunities for kids to still feel like they can be a Sunset Ranch Coyote and still be an RVC. The fact that they're getting their own emails at times, RVCers, this is when you come to get your school photos. RVCers, don't forget, you want to be in the yearbook, things like that. That's a huge selling point. So we wore our spirit wear, which encouraged students to buy their traditional school color with our stuff. We do have our own Spirit Fridays. And so if it's not our spirit gear, it can be, crazy hat day or pajama day. So we do try to do some of those fun things as well. Our staff is amazing. I mean, I'm not sugarcoating. There's another one. Okay. We were talking about it, like, we didn't have to do team building to try to get to know each other because we were literally building a school as a team. And that is what probably connected all of us. We had to be vulnerable. I don't know how to do this. Can somebody help me? We had to be willing to step up and take leadership roles. Hey, I created a Screencastify if anybody needs help with this. And so I'm just so blessed that it made us come together, and we are connected. And we do share community circle, and we're learning to know about each other. And that really carries over into the classroom as well. We've heard a lot of feedback from our teachers and our families that the morning meetings are the best part of RVC. And the connections that these teachers are making with their students are very strong because they're getting opportunities to have one-on-one meetings with parents and students on a more regular basis. They're sharing and doing fun activities with their kiddos. I got a picture from a teacher one day. It was a challenge that they all had to do, which was to run around the house and find one thing that you would bring to a pool party, right? And then they had to share and do a community circle. So there's a lot of fun things going on. And then another thing is just that we have had our hiccups and challenges, but ultimately we are making all these new platforms work. We're figuring out ways to make it work. And so RVC ultimately is going really, really well as a whole thing because we are TK-12, and so that's kind of like the broad brush stroke of everything. But if, Barb, do you want to speak specifically about some things going well in elementary?
Hi, it's so nice to be here. Thanks for having me. There are so many wonderful things going on at RVC right now. It's hard to just focus on a few. The biggest change, because I've never done this, as none of us have, is we're not only just connecting with the child every day, but we literally are connecting with their families and extended families and grandparents and aunts and uncles and other siblings. And so it really becomes so much more in depth than we could ever have imagined. The intimacy of the families, we as teachers and as the students, we are really benefiting socially, emotionally, and academically one-on-one and small groups that we're having. So it's a phenomenal what's going on right now. we can't say enough, I have to plug that we have the best admin. We have been so blessed to have, and I know Nell's not here tonight, but we have such great leadership. And because they're modeling grace, and they're modeling being authentic and saying that they don't know this, but we'll find out the answers, we'll find out the answers. And as a staff and having taught for so many years, it is absolutely phenomenal. I thought one of my strengths as a teacher was always to be flexible and easygoing and hardworking. And I think all of us, and most of the teachers I've been listening to tonight, are working weekends and 12, 13, 14 hours a day. But I love that we have a built team and that we rely on one another. And I have never seen such an interconnected community of teachers, which also completely benefits the kids. The kids and the parents. We're doing, like Jen had spoken about, we're doing lunch dates, we're doing face-to-face drop-bys, sidewalk visits from a distance with masks. So we are connecting, and often children live on the same street, so that's fun. That's been a really neat experience. But we are having...
I think you're okay.
Okay, thank you. One of the big things we've been like debriefing and talking about too is that the attendance has been awesome. And they're so, they're there early on Zoom. They are there early, they're ready to go. And I think, I can only speak for me, but I have spoken to many teachers, and we do have chatting time or community building time built into the day, or later on in story time, or debriefing at the end of the week about what we've learned, share what you've learned time. So it's not only just specifically to curriculum that we're teaching, but there's so many benefits. It has far exceeded my expectation of how quality the teaching and the teachers I'm working with and the admin are phenomenal. And the kids have grown so rapidly academically and socially.
Can I? Oh, yep, go ahead.
It's not on. Barb, with RVC, with your, TK to whatever, first, second grade, I know when we were doing distance learning, we were in close proximity to our first grader, close, just to make sure things were. Are parents or someone in the families, whatever, is it the same with RVC? Are folks, helping?
Right, I think there's still that huge range, but from my personal and professional experience, I am seeing more support within these family bounds and more follow through. And when we have our open hour time on Zoom, we'll get multiple family members, and that they've already looked at certain tasks or assignments or challenges, and they'll share it out. So for me and a lot of my close colleagues, we're seeing such great support from home, absolutely. And it is so different than distant learning. And it's not even the same ball game for me from when I did distant learning.
Part of the question I think though that Camille, and I have a couple questions for you, but that Camille was getting at is like, so I think that's amazing and wonderful, but if you don't have that support at home, can you access at early grades? Can you be successful from a distance perspective?
That is such a great question, and that's been mulled around, and absolutely. And I think like any teacher in Rocklin, we care, and we meet with those students on a one-to-one basis, whether it's in our office hour or in a small group situation. And I know from personal experience that we walk with the child and the child with the adult, even if it's at 7 o'clock at night, because that's the best part of being part of RVC, is the flexibility in hours. And that also goes for us because we can contact the adults and let them know what's going on and communicate. But to go back to the child who does not have great support at home, yes, because then we step up to the plate.
You still think it's doable? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I have one more question. It looks like you were showing someone as well. But so you're not wearing a shirt. So what is your homeschool? I don't know. I can't quiz you.
The only reason I'm not wearing one of my several shirts that I've purchased is because I wasn't.
Because my point
I
being,
wasn't an admin.
If
The
you,
line's
I see.
drawn.
Oh, I see how it works. Okay, enough said. All right, we got to understand that.
I'm sorry.
Is that legal, Bill? Okay, I know, all right. So sorry, what school do you teach at?
Now I've taught at Cobblestone for over
Cobblestone.
20 years, but now I'm at Twin Oaks and Sierra.
Okay, so my question is actually, where were you last spring?
Cobblestone.
Okay, so you're in a very unique position, and I'd love to get your thoughts on the difference between distance learning at Cobblestone and distance learning with Edgenuity. And I'm really trying to push down on the quality of Edgenuity. Like, what have you learned from it? If we had to go back to distance learning and we could bring Edgenuity with us, would you recommend that, or would you recommend the way we've done it? Or because we're never going to go back to the way we did it, because I think we've learned a lot. But trying to understand the role Edgenuity plays in the process.
That's such a great question also, and it's multi-layered. I think that we have learned as a staff, leaning upon one another, that there's no curriculum that's totally perfect, and we're going and we're learning like every day. We're getting ahead of it now, where we're prepping and we're understanding where the little bit of a deficits are. Would it be good to go back? Yes, we get great feedback that parents and kids are really liking Edgenuity and Pathblazer and the other ones that we're using.
And how does it, I'm curious, I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that if you think about your Cobblestone, which you're trying to figure out how to take an in-person curriculum and make it distance, and trying to figure out versus being given a distance curriculum, has it helped you a lot in that sense?
Yes. The time that I spent last spring building curriculum for my grade level and working with the school, I am now able to spend and direct that time on my students.
So could you just tell us what the day looks like?
Thank you.
What's the day look like for an RVC kid?
I can chime in on that, but just to kind of go back to the other question just briefly is, even though I am the assistant principal now, I did start my role as a second and third grade teacher, and can speak from also the teaching aspect of this, is while Barb is absolutely 100% correct that, you know, you can look at any curriculum and look at its strengths and its deficits, and really a curriculum is as strong as the teachers that implement it, right? And our teachers have been working tirelessly to make Edgenuity work as best we can for our kids and our family, because that's a resource that we're using and that it's uniformly being provided throughout our VC. We know that it's not perfect, but thankfully for just the efforts of our teachers, they're making it work. The families do have to be very much involved in that. And that is a challenge for our youngest learners, and it's been a challenge for our teachers of our youngest grades to try and figure out how do we build that bridge when that bridge is much larger than maybe for other grade levels, where you can rely on them to be able to read. You can rely on students to be independent and they can click on the right buttons at the right time. Where in the younger grades, they just aren't there yet. So it does rely a lot on those adults or older siblings that are around them. So while there is, you know, I think there are a lot of families that have found successes in reaching out to the neighbors, the other family members that can say, hey, how can you help, you know, how can we make this work? A lot of families have worked really hard to make that work. And because of that, we've found that we've had some success, but that doesn't mean that we're not experiencing a lot of the challenges that go with that, right? And so a typical day varies, and I'm gonna speak.
Yeah, do TK5 and we can
Yeah.
have
For TK5, every morning you would have a morning meeting, and it's typically about 30 minutes long, and that's where you would come, or the children would log in, they'd connect with their teacher, you would do a lot of social emotional learning activities together, community building, you're setting the kids up for success for the day. Here are some of the lessons that you're going to be seeing today in Edgenuity, some things you'll be practicing in Pathblazer. You're really setting the kids up for success. And yes.
So that's an entire class, an entire virtual class of children all online at the same time with one teacher seeing each other?
Yes,
Okay.
most cases, or in some cases, especially if they're younger grades, they might break them up into 2 groups. And so you'll do half the class that way and then do the other half of the class the same similar format, just
And out of
depending
curiosity,
on
that social emotional work, that icebreaker that you did, is that Barb is creating this, or does Edgenuity help you with that, or that's all created by our teachers?
That's all
Okay.
created by our teachers. So really that bonding time, that social emotional, that community building is all built by our teachers. And the teachers are ahead of time looking at what's coming up in the curriculum, what are some things that our kids are going to be viewing that day or even later that week that they need to prep them for to be successful as they go off to work independently, whether it's actually them by themselves or with their adults or older siblings or whomever around them to be successful. They will then log off after that half an hour time frame, and then depending on, again, the grade level, the classroom, then kids are then given activities to do, and a lot of times the teachers will provide some sense of organizational piece to help families kind of navigate all the pieces. You're going to spend about an hour in Edgenuity with language arts. Here's the activities you're going to do today with those pieces. You're going to be in math, and here's some lessons that you're going to be focusing on in Edgenuity. Again, okay, later in the day, you're going to be working in PathBlazer, which is differentiated for each of the students based on the pre-assessments that they took at the beginning of the year. So for a student who's right on target, they're working right at grade level. If it shows that students are struggling, then it's going to give them activities and lessons that are tailored to the needs that they have. And likewise, if they're high flyers and they need that extra challenge, those programs then provide that differentiation. And that advantage to families is they can say, when do we have the time to do this? Do we do it during our regular school day? Maybe we don't have the supports at home to be able to do that, and we have working parents. And so maybe we're in the evening times working with our kids to do that, or support them, or make sure that they get all the boxes checked or the things turned in. And that's a lot of things that get turned in. But in that process, then families have that flexibility to say, okay, these are the things that I need to get done today. I can choose when we do that. And there's even some flexibility within the work week to say, gosh, I can really provide my support, on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, but I'm going to make sure my child logs into the Zoom. I'm going to make sure that they attend the minimum requirement, is to one language arts short small group lesson and one math lesson. Now, a lot of teachers are providing more than that because some students need more than that. So they'll be meeting with kids in additional small groups or providing one-to-one instruction, or a lot of times families are reaching out saying, hey, my child's struggling. Can we get some additional help? Yeah, let's set up an appointment time in the afternoon. We'll connect and we'll give you that additional support. So in the elementary level, you'll have more that push and pull within the program and the teachers.
Yeah.
And then Chelsea can speak
Yeah,
to the high school.
612 is a different format.
Can I just ask about, before you go on?
Yeah.
So when they log on, is it videos? Is it a person chatting with kids or teaching kids, or, is it?
Barb, you want to speak to that?
That's a different format almost for every teacher. The concepts are the same. Personally and professionally, I use the Google Slides, and I go between sharing the slide and seeing me. Will I have multiple slides, whether I'm teaching my mini lesson for the day, et cetera.
So if I heard that right, so what you're saying is it gives you a bunch of modules and you pull it together and you make it work for you? Is that a way to think about it?
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes, we're talking not about the morning thing, we're talking about your Edgenuity day, right?
Edgenuity.
Once we get past the day.
I'm so sorry, okay.
Oh, yeah, we should have, sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't.
No assumption, that's fine. Edgenuity comes in modules, and so then it allows us as educators to go in and use our best practices and judge whether we want to use something or not, and it allows us to modify it if there needs to be modification within the program itself. It's pretty spelled out week by week in both math and English language arts and the science. And so we're using it, it goes in chronological order. The parents are there, and like Jen was sharing, I have to say probably 100% of all the teachers have some type of an organizational method to work with their families and students, whether it's a week at a glance with hyperlinks and everything's organized, what they could get done that day, exactly what was said, or if they have an adult or somebody to help them, it's on those other days they can make up. But we just give them a suggested outline of when to do what.
The
what day of the
instruction
week.
itself, though, in Edgenuity is short, like they'll have short video clips that the kids will watch, or a story that will be read aloud to them that then they have an activity to do with, or obviously the upper grades, as they have those reading skills, then they're required to read a portion of that, and then they interact somehow with either that text or with that activity. But they are very short, and that's where it's different in the elementary versus the secondary, is that a lot of that initial instruction falls back on us as Rocklin Unified teachers to provide some of that initial instruction and support that then Edgenuity provides a lot of the additional practice on. But
Are you
we
also
have
able to
felt,
use, I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
oh, that's okay. We have felt that the instruction itself is not super strong in Edgenuity, and that's where it's been very time consuming for teachers to try and figure out how do we provide the appropriate level of instruction when we know that Edgenuity can provide all this lovely practice to almost ad nauseum, right? But the level of initial instruction is lacking. And so in our, in what we provide, we want, that's the other challenging thing, I think, in this, coming from our previous roles to being in this facilitator role within Edgenuity, is understanding how much of it do we control as educators to say, we want to provide all these lessons, right? But then time is also limited, and we want to provide families with that independence to say, I'm going to log in for this specific time, but then I have the flexibility to be able to attend to our learning at other times if that works better for our family.
Do you know, and I'm guessing you don't because there's no way you would, but so that's a really interesting point on Edgenuity and the lack of depth of instruction. It kind of makes sense. Do we have any idea of any other platforms, like how Edgenuity relates to other platforms, or if this is, we're going to find this, maybe Hannah, are we going to find this consistency against any platform we choose?
We looked into a variety of different platforms when selecting curriculum for Rocklin Virtual Campus. The difficulty is finding a curriculum at elementary was relatively limited, as well as finding a curriculum where we could get the curriculum and utilize our teachers. So I, for example, have seen
Edgenuity designed to do that? They're expecting you to have a local teacher with you?
You can do it either way.
I see.
Right? And then within Edgenuity, there's also different ways that you can implement their curriculum. And so for many, it's implemented in more of a homeschool fashion. We are utilizing our teachers and working to create a blended model, also while following the guidelines of SB 98 and distance learning. Right? And so we're learning a lot along the way about how do we improve and how do we grow. And I will echo back actually to Barb what she said about her administrators. We have an amazing group of teachers in Rocklin Virtual Campus. They are truly just trailblazers. It is incredible what they have done in such a short period of time, taking a curriculum that they had never seen a week before school started and getting in trained up on this curriculum, and then in a short period of time delivering it to students and their families. Right, so doing something totally new and having families right there with students while you're trying something completely new, and then recognizing that I need to put on my great teacher hat and make some additional changes and modifications, and working together so quickly to do that when many of these educators had never worked together before. Right, and so it's been a phenomenal process, but it has been a growth process. And as we have worked together, we have frequently said, we can do challenging things if we work together, and this team is truly doing that.
That's awesome. I know one of the frustration I heard early on was the lack of the ability to actually see the lesson. The teacher was not able to see the lesson, so you weren't exactly sure what was going on. Has that been solved? Have we figured that out?
Yeah, we've worked a lot with all the different platforms and are finally, I would say, with the platforms getting to a point where we know how to use them, where we can find the things that we need. And I'd have to say that you know, when it was just me and Hannah, really, like, we were plugging holes, you know,
Right.
wherever we could. And now that we have Kylie, we have Nell as an instructional coach, we have Emily Buck as our technician, and let me tell you, she has learned everything, inside out. She's working on the back end. So we have gotten through those hurdles, for sure. But we still find new things that we didn't know the day before.
Sure.
You know, it's just, and then that's, you know, Edgenuity K5 Genius for the TK5, and they use the path laser or whatnot. And then there's a whole other set of fun with the Edgenuity, that 612 courseware and what we learned. But I feel like we finally have a handle on the platform, all of them that we use, the, you know, Freckle and whatnot, and that we're finally at a place where, I mean, we talked about it today, and the staff meeting I held today was TK5, and we took time to reflect on how far we've come, and now that we're at a little bit more of a stable place, what are some next steps that we can just do and provide our kids?
Yeah.
So, but did you want to hear from Chelsea about a 612 day?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, Chelsea, if you could chime in about what a typical day or week would look like for one of our 6th through 12th grade students?
Yeah, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
We can, Chelsea, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. First off, thank you for allowing me to be virtual. I really appreciate that. We're getting the full experience on the virtual campus. Do you want to hear things going well, challenges, next steps, or do you want to just hear like a typical day?
We would love to, but we'd like to start with what a typical day is for your students.
Right.
Or a typical
so
week.
for my students, yeah, a typical week. For my students, we meet at 10 a.m. It is highly suggested that they wake up earlier than that to work on a class. So the 10 a.m. is for our check-in, and that was just, I have juniors, they're, you know, 16 and 17. But I would say that the majority of juniors who are successful do wake up pretty much on par with their peers. I normally teach at Rocklin, so I service Rocklin students. The students who are extra successful in Edgenuity are waking up at a normal time. They're putting in an hour, hour and a half into a class prior to our check-in. In our 30-minute check-in, it's an awesome time. This is the one thing that I do think as a teacher has been just fantastic, to have 30 minutes to do social emotional learning, to do community questions, to just get to connect with students outside of the curriculum. And I will say I really appreciate that portion, that I have 30 minutes where we get to be flexible and creative, and it doesn't have to be tied to history. That's what I normally teach. And it can be a little bit more about skills and life skills and how you're doing. So I love that. And then I generally will have office hours just for anyone who wants to ask questions. And then we have testing most days at 11 for about 2 hours. Testing doesn't normally take 2 hours, depending on just how many tests they may have to do. And when I say a test, I mean an assessment and what we would consider, you know, like an essential skill at the end of a unit. And so some students, I had one student today, as we're coming towards the end of the semester, he had to take 4 assessments today. Most of the time, it's not quite like that. Most of the time, they're taking maybe 1 to 2 assessments in that testing period. And then I'll generally also have office hours towards the end of the day, but the students are doing, you know, self-directed, asynchronous learning through their courseware.
Can I ask Chelsea, the assessment you're talking about, is that generated by Edgenuity
Yeah, so that is one place where I would say that it's not great. You know,
Yeah.
I pride myself in my assessments in my classroom. They're creative, they're skill-based, they're flexible, they allow for choice and demonstrated levels of learning. And for a high schooler, the end assessment is a 25-point multiple choice test.
Yeah.
I had a student ask me just this week, I keep getting 84% on my test. Like, can you help me understand why?
Yeah.
And I said, you know, that's the problem with multiple choice testing. Every test is, and pretty much every test, like across the board, no matter the course, it's 25 points. That means you miss 4 questions and you're already at an 84%.
Right. And it
So
sounds like the best you can do is sort of this interim assessment, if you will, or even summative in that sense. And so is there any ability within Edgenuity for you to build in more formative assessments so we can understand learning along the way? It looks like Jennifer has.
Can I, the way Edgenuity 612 courseware is set up is that all the courses are designed by Edgenuity. They're meeting the standards, things like that. There is a way to edit content, but you can't edit assessments. So once we felt a little more stable in the 612 world, we actually went through all of the courses that our students were offered. And if we did not have the content specialist ourselves, our teachers reached out to content specialists at their traditional site, and we went through and we eliminated content to lighten the load that maybe these kids wouldn't have had. Because one of the very early on feedback that we got in all of those grades, it's too much, like I'm never gonna get through it all. And so when we had a moment to look at it, which when we only had 3 days to get ready for this school to start, that was not something we had time to do. But when we did, we could go through and look and say, oh yeah, well, I'm normally a Gov Econ teacher and we wouldn't teach this unit. So, okay, we were able to hide the entire unit. But actually modifying the assessments, which are, they do have quizzes, they do have, unit tests. The unit tests are the one that she's talking about where they have to be live open testing sessions, where the quizzes the kids get to take on their own and they get automatic retakes. So there's actually a lot of opportunity for kind of mastery of learning built within the program, but that's the one issue we have.
Chelsea, this is Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Hi, Chelsea. It sounds like you're overseeing multiple subjects. I'm curious, what's your credential and how's that working out, balancing all the subjects for 11th grade students?
Right, that's a great question. I have a single subject social science credential. I also am in a master's program planning to teach dual enrollment. I also teach AP US history. So I add those caveats because I feel like I am a little extra prepared in the sense that I understand AP rigor, curriculum, content, especially I've been able to at least adapt to AP psychology, AP language. Am I the expert in that? No, absolutely not, but I feel semi-prepared. I will be honest, in some of the more technical courses, I am helpful in that I can help students help themselves. So one of the things that I think is going well is that as 16, 17, semi-adults in RVC, our students are getting an opportunity to become self-directed learners in that they are being able to identify that lesson, that mode of learning did not work for me. I do not understand this curriculum being presented, and they're problem solving. They're going to YouTube. They're going outside of the program.
That's awesome.
To fill those gaps. And I think that that's a life skill. Do I think that they should be having to do that for all 4 of their classes? No, and most are not. I think some of the programs are a little more straightforward than others. But I do know, like for students who traditionally struggle with math, pretty much I have some students who have hired private tutors. I have other students who are relying on Khan Academy. I have other students who went to school and picked up the textbook because the textbook was not necessarily needed, but they needed that additional learning style. And they're becoming aware of that. The downfalls in Edgenuity are allowing them to become better learners so that when they go to college and they have that professor who, and we've all had them, who is not as helpful, who just lectures and it doesn't work for you, they're going to be that much more prepared to, still be really successful in the class by seeking out those alternative learning situations.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah, and I will say, like, yeah, I'm not super prepared to grade AP Calculus or AP Bio. The program does have some supports, as again, I think I'm extra critical because I am an AP teacher. The feedback I can provide, it is not going to, I don't think it'll be enough. You know, I feel the most comfortable with my students who have AP US history, and I can give them like really quality feedback and you know, places to improve, but I'm not able to do that same level of feedback and assessment on some of the other courses.
And I think Chelsea might have spoken to it, but I'll take feedback from all you guys. I understand that as kids, as they're going through, there's some variation, some skill. Obviously, there's, you know, high achiever and needs a lot of help. How flexible is Ingenuity in the fact that you could reach the kid that needs a lot of help, but probably at the same time you have a kid in the same class or at the same time who's getting it, knocking it out of the park and wants to jump ahead? Like how?
So it definitely varies. I'll speak to 612 courseware again, is that there is an opportunity for students to participate in My Path. So we actually had every student, and if they're still coming into RVC, which, as you know, is a daily thing that we get these students, one of the first things that we do if they're 6th grade through 12 is we assign the math placement and the ELA placement. It then assigns them what they call an ILP course, an independent learning plan, and the students can work through that to either advance. So in the 7th and 8th grade traditional sites, they have some accelerated courses is what they call them, and we don't necessarily have that in Edgenuity. So if a student was to choose to want to be in advanced 9th grade English as a freshman, they could start working through their ILP course to do that. Same with math. I mean, we do offer integrated 1 to 8th graders just like they would, but if they want to keep pushing along. But it also fills gaps. And we've, again, needed to get everything going, needed to get moving, constant onboarding of new students. We just recently spent some time thinking about what to do with some of our most struggling students at the high school level in particular, because on a traditional site, there would be supports that we could look into. And the semester's ending on Friday, and which is also new with the 4x4, but like if a student's struggling in integrated 1, or if a freshman was failing several of their classes, we would be able to do things. So there's been a small group of secondary teachers and myself that have been looking at how else can we use those ILPs and maybe give students like our own version of Math Lab or our own version of Learning Center, which is a JETA and function, things like that. So we're getting there, but it's been really hard, and I'll speak, and they can speak more to like the intervention pieces, but again, we talked about it at the staff meeting today, the constant diversion of teachers' attentions to the new students that are coming in and providing their support and onboarding and giving them the Pathblazer assessments, giving them the Freckle assessments, has really limited our ability to just focus on one group of kids and figure out what those next steps would be. There's some things embedded, which is, I can speak to it. It's like Pathblazer, that is the whole purpose of Pathblazer. The kids take assessments, they take the screener, and it puts them down a road, and it's the same thing. They can do acceleration or they can do remediation. Freckle has similar things, but we acknowledged today as a TK5, when we can just have our group, you know, and now we're doing map testing, and we're gonna do report cards just like everybody else, that maybe we could look at what are those next pieces of those supports and interventions that we can provide in our virtual cloud that we live in.
I really appreciate that, and I totally understand the content, and I appreciate Derek raising, because that's, if there's one thing I've heard from parents at RVC, it's more that, it's the frustration of a curriculum that moves along and their inability to engage. And if you think about like DeFore's 4 questions, we can't answer, what do you do if you're not learning, what if you do you are learning, and we have no way to go either one. So I appreciate that you're clearly on that, and you're trying to figure out a way to make it go forward, and that's awesome.
Can I provide, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Chelsea.
Can I just provide a kind of intervention piece from the high school perspective? Obviously, by high school, if a student is behind, it's harder, it's more difficult. And I will say that my students who are not on level and struggle in math or struggle in English or with reading comprehension or even listening comprehension, being on the 4x4 and having a full course load of classes, so having 4 Edgenuity classes, is extremely difficult. The ability for them to truly stay on track, those are some of the terms and lingo used within Edgenuity, is extremely difficult. Some classes at an average pace, an on-level student, require minimum anywhere from 55 minutes of work a day to 2.5 hours of work a day. And that's just to stay on track. Now add on, if you're behind in that course, you're now looking at, in one course, having to work for maybe 4 hours.
Chelsea, I want to make sure I heard you right, because what I heard you say was, in particular, the 4x4 you find doesn't work as well with Edge. Is that the main point you're making? So you think if we had a traditional 8-day schedule, 8-period schedule, it would be better from an Edgenuity perspective?
I can't speak to that particularly, no, because I don't think that having 8 classes, I don't know if having 8 classes would be any better. It's more of that.
There's just a lot of content.
The pace, the content, the pace, like they're supposed to work for 2.5 hours every day. The quizzing, it's a lot to get through for students. And if you have learning comprehension needs, you're not an auditory learner, or you take longer to read, now you're looking at maybe double that time.
I think at the TK5 level within Edgenuity, to answer your question also about that differentiation with students, is Edgenuity is really designed to teach the national standards, I would even venture to say. We've struggled with, like, how is this exactly meeting California standards in circumstances where they have kindergartners that have multiple sight words starting in week 1 and week 2 where they don't know their letter names and their letter sounds. You have challenges where the California or Common Core state standards say in 3rd grade that you should know up to your hundreds place for place value, and in week 2 we're learning our 100,000s, and then in week 4 we're learning into the billions, and you're like, this is not developmentally appropriate. How do we scale this back to make it work for our kids? And so and just what we know is best practice as teachers. So in Edgenuity, there's really just this kind of center line path. That kids have, are expected to follow, and then the teachers are really working their best to try and support those kids that they know might be struggling. How are we going to give them the skills to then be able to even access the material within Edgenuity? And that's where the creativity and really the hard work has been coming from the teacher aspect, is building that bridge for students. And that requires a lot of small group time. It requires a lot of, helping provide supports or additional videos. I mean, we've been at nauseum, finding other resources and sharing amongst each other. Hey, I found this great video. This will be much, this will provide a little bit of the bridge to help the kids to better access this. And that's been a little bit of the challenge with that our families and teachers have expressed, is that we can't just say, here's Edgenuity and now run with it, and then we will facilitate that. It's really saying, okay, we need you to watch this YouTube video, and then we need you to go over to Clever, and we need you to access this additional component, and then we need you to go into Google Classroom, and we want you to find this other thing, because we're trying to make that curriculum work. And in the end, it does work, and a lot of teachers have figured out that organization to help their families, and I think in those cases, many of our families are finding success, but with that also comes the frustrations of they have all these places to go.
Yeah.
all these things to check, to keep track of, to be able to make it work for them. So with the challenges comes the successes. Camille?
And I would just say from the high school perspective, it's very different than that. Just, a standard class in Edgenuity. You asked earlier about some, formative assessments. There are built within, it's very formulaic. You have a warm-up, you watch a 20-minute video with direct instruction. There's maybe some sort of formative assessment where it asks you to summarize something, and you have to type a little bit. You have to kind of, in your own words, do something. And that's kind of graded by, I joke with my kids, it's graded by the robots. It's looking for specific words, and it's great auto grading. And then there is a short 10-question multiple choice quiz that, again, kind of summative for that lesson. And that's some of the feedback points for students from the high school level, at least.
So one of the things in talking about helping, at least at the elementary level, so do we have many of our English learners or dual language learners who are at RVC, and how are we helping them, supporting them?
They have all been identified, and even some of our teachers who are questioning whether or not a student needs to be identified, we're working with Sarah Sories, and there is already, again, because we're constantly getting new kids, the schedule changes, but there is a set schedule for all of these students and when they meet with their provider for their services. And that's the same for all the students on an IEP as well, and the different, if they get SAI minutes or if they need speech or OT. And in my opinion, it actually gives a lot more flexibility to those service providers because they know when the morning meets are and what's required. And I know Chelsea spoke to 10 a.m. That's because we actually surveyed our kids at the beginning of the year, especially the older students, like, do you have to help a little guy get onto their morning meet, at what time and things like that. So yes, all of our students who need services are getting services at a variety of levels. And then I have seen at least 3 emails that I can recall where I have elementary teachers that are identifying that maybe this student needs to be looked at. And we work with Sarah and her team to make that happen.
And does the curriculum adjust to those students' needs? So like if you were in a classroom and you had English learners.
If you're in a sheltered English classroom, is
Right.
there ability
So
to actually help them differently?
Is there any adjustment to the curriculum for those kids?
So the adjustment to the curriculum is needing to be done by the teachers themselves. However, just like when we're doing CASP testing and there's embedded supports, there are embedded supports that we can do, but that's more accessibility rather than the actual curriculum and the content.
Okay. Thanks.
And I would say a lot of the teachers are still learning how to modify and to customize that content because a lot of the time is spent trying to just figure out what's happening tomorrow or what's happening later this week. And for the very few that have the opportunity to look the week ahead, right, to even know what's coming for everyone, it's been a challenge to say, okay, how do I tailor this to maybe 2 or 3 students in my classroom that really need this additional support. There is functions in Edgenuity that allow you to do that, but the sheer capacity at this point hasn't been there. So that is on our goals, and that's some of the things that we've gotten feedback on even through surveying our teachers, is, how do we do this? Can we get more training on that? So fortunately now that we have, Nell Hildebrand, our instructional coach that's specific to RVC, and then also myself and of course Jen and our wonderful teachers, we're trying to get, ahead of that, but that has been something that we know that we need, but we haven't been able to provide yet, so.
That kind of leads us to like our last point of like what we've learned and next steps. And then obviously if you still have questions, but again, we're finally feeling a little bit stable. And so we have We have created teams. It's our own adjunct duty because we're not physically on sites, but we have teams that are gonna work on some of these. We're gonna have our own team to look at our data and all the data. I mean, there's so much that can be looked at because Edgenuity is tracking not just the time they're in and what they're doing, but even idle time. So we know if they're just in there, sitting in there. So we're gonna have our own data team. We're gonna have teams that are gonna try to look at the curriculum and being ahead of the game and modifying.
Nice.
We're gonna have a team. I kind of want to be a real school. Like, I feel like we're living on this cloud, and so we're looking at what else can we bring in? Guest speakers, like what else can we do in a virtual world? So I have a culture building team that we've created. We have an RVC leadership team. So these all just happened last week. Nobody's even met yet. However, those are next steps, and we know that we need these teams because we have to build capacity within. That's all we have. So, so we're really trying to make a deliberate effort to look at all the feedback that we've gotten. You know, we were part of the survey that went out to all families.
Yeah.
We did survey just our TK5 families because we knew they were overwhelmed with things and we needed to still roll out some more. We surveyed our staff. So we are, with a very critical eye, looking at things and trying to figure out how to creatively find solutions and improvements. And if RVC is nothing else, we have to wear a solution hat every single day.
That's awesome.
So we're really good at trying to find solutions. So I think, you know, that's just kind of where we are in next steps, is we're just constantly taking the feedback and trying to fix this and make it better, and that's that.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
I was just
Michelle?
going to add, it's obvious. Thank you for being so flexible and really having a growth mindset. It sounds like you guys have a good team and are problem solvers, so thank you.
Just like next
I
year,
just
it would be.
want to add, because earlier someone asked, you know, if we could have brought Edgenuity with us into spring distance learning, would we have? And from my own perspective as a high school teacher, I would say no. So I just want to throw that out there that
Thank you.
I think that we have, to Jen's point, we have such creative, flexible, adaptive teachers that the ways in which that they deliver curriculum and could have put together just engaging, interesting, you know, just all of that. I think that we have the staff that could have done this. So I just want to put that out there because someone asked, like, would you have brought
Yeah.
Edgenuity back with
Really
you?
appreciate that,
And
Chelsea.
I wouldn't have. I think that we have such amazing teachers, especially at the high school level, that I just want to make sure that that's evident. That no, like is this a good platform for where we are and what we're in? Sure, but do I ever give multiple choice test questions in my class? No, because I don't really think that that's authentic learning personally.
And I think TK5 would agree with
Yeah.
that very much so as well, in that, you know, I think this has provided us, it's crazy to think that we've built, like, back in June, we didn't exist. Like, this whole school, like, this wasn't part of Rocklin. And the fact that we got it up and going and running, and we have how many students now? Sorry, Jen, to put you on the spot.
As of yesterday, TK5, we have 750. And by Monday, October 12th, 6 through 12, we will have over 700.
So to think that we have almost 1,500 students in a school that didn't exist 4 months ago, and the fact that, you know, we didn't have the capacity over the summer to build a program in that short of a time.
Yeah.
So is Edgenuity serving its purpose for right now? It is. Is it perfect? No.
Right.
But do we have the capacity? I mean, we have amazing staff. Could we, with time, build a phenomenal program? I truly think we can, but reality is, you know, to be where we are right now, we wouldn't have been able to do it sheerly with time and capacity. But So moving forward, I would fully agree. But I know its purpose right now.
Yeah.
And that's, and we're making it work to make it work for now.
But saying that and saying, if we had the time to build it, the thought of having an online learning platform that we build ourselves or whatever, giving parents the option is what I hear you saying, obviously by 1400. How many know whether they would stay with that when a pandemic has finally ended? Might be something for us to think about. Like, I don't know, but.
In trustees, I was going to just say, if there's not a pressing, our good folks here, we are about an hour and a half over
Derek, do you have
there.
one more? And then
And again, thank you for the passion, thank you for the continuous improvement mindset. I super appreciate that. Just since we've done RVC up to this point, so 7, 8, 9 weeks, I guess, 9 weeks. Knowing what you know now, if you were to go back, again, the time machine whole thing, was there anything you'd do differently to achieve better success, to have more impact for the kids,
There's a couple things that I would definitely look at differently. One of them would be rostering of students. The difficulty with Aries, we want them to stay, right? We want them to stay Twin Oaks. We want them to stay associated with their home school. But a lot of issues, even tech-related, definitely scheduling issues at secondary, have come around Aries and scheduling. So like somebody like Barb, who services 2 schools, is utilizing Aries in 2 different ones to take attendance. We have some teachers that are doing 4 schools. And then it became an issue of, well, my school, Twin Oaks, doesn't have room at 3rd grade. Does your school? And the principals are all having to communicate. Where if we were just, one thing in Aries, even though we still want our kids to be Sierra Sharks or whatever, that we could do that. That would be one thing that would be different. And then the other piece would honestly be, and I don't know how this could have changed, but if we could have had more time as a staff to actually be in the programs ahead of time, that, you've heard that. Like when we got stable, we could. But moving forward, if we were to continue with these things, we now know that. Like second semester for secondary in January is going to be amazing. So we're, those are some big things that I think we would do differently. But again, I'm going to stick with this was an amazing opportunity to offer families and to offer staff. And the biggest selling point was still being able to do those activities with their traditional sites and get those newsletters and still feel like, even though this is the choice I need to make for right now. And then the last piece that I would have done differently is that distance learning, hybrid learning, it's not virtual learning. And these kiddos, TK-12, we could have figured out, if again, this was hindsight, right? How to teach them how to be an online learner. It's not the same. It's definitely different, and it comes with its own challenges. And I will stop talking.
I think the final thing to say, like I said, that Chelsea made the point in following up on what Camille is, it does feel to me like it's amazing the work you've done. It's incredible, but God willing, you'll be out of business tomorrow, right? The sooner we can get this pandemic gone and get kids back in school, it's what we all want to do. But in the meantime, as we do this work, knowing this is not going to continue the way it will, what can we learn from it? And is there a way, to Camille's point, when we have fire days, when we have absences, when we just have this notion, to Chelsea's point, of understanding how to find a YouTube video, like what can we pull from this that when we go back to remote, we can actually take this learning and continue it? And I hope we're paying attention to that and trying to figure that out. Any other questions? Thank you so much. And I know it's crazy late. Thank you for stopping us. I appreciate it, because I know we got to get you home, so deeply appreciate it. And thank you for everything you're doing. It's exciting.
And I know it's a lot to learn, and I have communicated with all of you in my role when I was at Whitney High School, but feel free to reach out if you want to learn more.
Thank you.
Or visit a virtual classroom.
That'd be awesome.
Nice.
Thank you.
So at this point, is our RVC colleagues head home to their now cold suppers.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Bill and Marty are going to wrap up this segment of the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
You're welcome, Chelsea.
By the way, so we're going, transitioning, do we have, I'm assuming we have no sub-issues at RVC, do we? Or is it, is it the same struggle? I don't mean to start, no, we don't worry about it, sorry.
We have a couple long-term subs because of leaves and absences. We do the best we can if it's a
But
daily
it's
sub.
not the same acute problem we're having across the district?
Not at
Yeah,
all.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay. We want to take a break or we want to launch into it?
Let's roll.
Let's roll, okay. First of all, I just
Wait,
want to.
oh wait, sorry, I apologize. Before we finish that, I see there's no public comment, so I do need to just finish that. Is that right? Do you see, are you telling me there's, I looked a moment ago.
There's no public comment.
No
She's
public
just
comment.
coming in for the school naming
Okay, great,
segment
perfect,
when
great.
we're done
Okay,
with
then
this
we're set,
segment.
great.
But we're not done with this
I
yet.
just didn't want to screw that up. All right,
Yep,
moving
yep.
on, all right.
Okay.
We'll already have a wrap-up piece here.
First of all, I really enjoyed the conversation. It's, during the pandemic, it's easy to get siloed, so hearing these voices is actually very refreshing and great feedback from all our teams, so thank you to all the teams that were here tonight. We're going to do a quick wrap-up. I'm going to do a little bit on hybrid. Marty's going to do some distance learning, and Hannah's going to jump in a little off script. We don't have a slide, but talk about RVC. We'll move quickly. One of the things so with hybrid, which is up on the screen, one of the things that Rick mentioned was how do we know it's working in hybrid? I think that's a really important question. And we're going to address this with some short-term actions, some mid-term actions, and some long-term actions. Just this week, Marty and I have been communicating with principals, and the direction we're giving to principals is, we know we just got started, we're 2 weeks in, but we want you at the very least to get in there and understand what this looks like. So what does it look like in the classroom, but more importantly, what's happening on those off days?
Great.
And then we want you to facilitate with your PLC teams and groups or departments a conversation about best practices and alignment, consistency. We think that's a great place to start in terms of consolidating best practices and moving forward. Tonight, I'm going to ad-lib a little bit because tonight I heard a great idea, which we talked about, but it's not on the slide, which is building a shared library for teachers and departments. We can do that virtually. Teachers can post lessons and videos, and they can access those. With that, in the spring, we did some collaborative grade level days on Zoom as part of our PD. We can also do that on our USD Learn, so I think that's an easy thing that we heard about people wanting to have conversations and share across sites. I think we can do that short term. And the other thing that's been mentioned tonight is we are supporting off days at elementary. We have 7 schools now doing off day services for targeted groups of students, half day instruction. I'll be honest with you, the barrier there is subs.
Yeah.
So we're pulling from this very limited sub pool, and while we're having these subs work with students in elementary schools, we have elementary principals and administrators subbing in middle school classrooms.
Can you have a para, or does it have to be a credentialed teacher?
Technically, we need to have a credentialed teacher there.
No, they're doing distance learning in a classroom.
Right, yes. So, so we're working on that sub issue, as you heard, so we hope to get that resolved. So midterm solutions, we are actually, again, this week, we're launching remember the summer sandbox work? I don't know what you call it in the fall, leave breaking, something, but we're putting together a group of teachers. Right now, we're recruiting teachers and administrators to be part of a work group around hybrid. So what's working in hybrid? What are you doing? What are best practices for asynchronous? Out of that sandbox, we'll be paying teachers hours to be part of this. I heard Travis and Jay say tonight, maybe here's 3 great choices for asynchronous days. Here's some examples of what teachers are doing in RUSD. Here's a live or virtual training. Here's an expert at Whitney High School who's willing to be paid hourly to work with other teachers on some of these things. So we hope to facilitate a conversation and then disseminate best practices. And then in that spirit of continuous improvement, identifying what's working and scaling it. So let's consolidate the things that we think are really good, scale those out, provide training. And I'm going to add to this one too, because the other thing we talked about, I was reminded about tonight, is this idea of targeted or priority standards. So we had those conversations at the end of the year. In all the hustle and bustle, they may have got tucked away, but I think we have an opportunity in elementary, probably secondary too, but to have that conversation again for second trimester or second semester and say, to finish this year, what do we need to focus on and where are we? How are we going to do that? So I think that's another great conversation.
Awesome.
So moving on, as far as distance learning, what have we learned? What can we do better? We really looked at the survey results and some of those barriers we have. In motivation, whether we're in distance learning or even face-to-face, sometimes it's just a challenge to get some kids motivated to participate in school. But an opportunity for us is to provide some of that professional development, that focus on that high leverage engagement strategies, get them involved, more accountability with that engagement data. Also, another barrier is lack of support at home and access to teachers. Can we provide some in-person virtual classes and check-ins for students to get that extra help needed for their academic and or emotional support? As you heard, all the teachers really talk tonight. That's one of the greatest things about them being back is because they see that. And what I like them say tonight is you can see them smile with their eyes. It's kind of hard to do that in a virtual, especially when you're doing distance learning. And not only that, when you're using Zoom, but you're presenting something because you can't see the students.
Right.
And then the last one on this page is competency with those digital tools. And I believe Ms. Sellers talked about this as far as teaching parents how to use some of these things that may be a challenge. And when you think of our learning management systems, those sixth graders going from Google Classroom into Schoology, and I believe Scott Collins provided something like that as far as teaching them how to use these tools as well. And then the last one we have.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Really what you heard is teachers and the amount of time they're putting in to prepare for these classes. So, if we are forced to go back to a distance learning, this is an opportunity we would continue with this hybrid schedule to provide that time at the end of the day for collaboration and preparation and for them to work together. And also, as Bill had mentioned, some of the things we've done in the past is crosstown articulation days just to share best practices. I love the idea of taking advantage of the tools we have. We don't need to meet face-to-face.
Right.
We can really do that, and we can do a much better job of sharing those best practices that work. And then, Ms. Anderson?
With Rocklin Virtual Campus, we have a number of next steps that we're consistently working towards. Some that were highlighted tonight, so I want to lift those up again and just share that at the elementary level, we will be continuing to work to adapt the curriculum. We recognize that our teachers bring a lot to the table, and we knew that going into this process, but we also knew that we wanted to provide a curriculum that could standardize across grade levels and across teachers coming into Rocklin Virtual Campus, and we didn't know what to expect in this new virtual world. So at this point, we'll be working to adapt that curriculum and then working to standardize that experience across the district and across teachers and schools within RVC. In the secondary world, we are going to be looking at our scope and sequence documents for that next semester of work. You heard Ms. Hanks share tonight that we were able to do that for that first semester, and we want to make sure that those course modifications have been made for that second semester because that has proven to be more effective with students and their level of stress going into their courses. We are also looking at developing systems of support for students who are struggling in the secondary world. We have a great plan for students who aren't passing first semester classes going in to that second semester and how we're going to work to support them in that learning center or math lab type mechanism. And again, that was a group of teachers and administrator coming together and solving that problem, working together to do that. So we'll continue that model moving forward in Rocklin Virtual Campus. We will also, based on what I heard tonight, I want to think about with the team more about how do we support and make sure that our AP students are prepared in the courses that they are taking, and what are some built-in supports we can identify in RVC for them. Overall, we are also continuing to work to build systems and best practices for special education within the Rocklin Virtual Campus, and that will also include, we have been having ongoing meetings and meeting with teachers and meeting with administrators and program specialists and trying to build these systems as we go. But we will also be looking, moving forward with a work group, a more formalized work group that we had discussed in the summertime, and want to make sure we've been meeting with those teachers, but want to make sure we formalize a process where we come together and really work with teachers and in general education and special education, administrators in general education and special education at traditional schools and RVC, how do we do a virtual campus for students in special education, and not just how do we do it, but how do we improve it every single day to make sure that we're meeting the needs of that vulnerable group. And then the last thing that we'll be working on is, what does RVC look like long-term? How do we continue to grow and adapt, and how do we prepare for if we do need this campus moving forward? We know that we needed to really think about so many different factors when starting Rocklin Virtual Campus this year, and how do we hold on to the things that are working well moving forward if we need this next year, and how do we restructure and revamp and we rethink those areas of concern that are already coming to light now? How do we plan for them now so that we're prepared next August?
Fantastic.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Thank you all so much. All right, let's do board comments. You look like you're ready to roll.
Yeah, so, again, thank you guys for all the feedback, the getting all the folks in here. It was great to hear, from the people, the boots on the street type thing. I sincerely appreciate that. From an asynchronous and from a hybrid standpoint, the challenge, I think that's on most parents' minds, is the time piece. So that's that, and really it's the 9 through 12 kids. So I love the idea and the plan of getting feedback, gathering. I think that's great. I sincerely appreciate, the scaling, targeting priorities and the standards. I think that's, trim the fat where you can. By all means, great. What's nervous, or what makes me nervous, or most parents nervous, is that time to execute the expediency. So I love that we're gonna, get people together. We're gonna go through the feedback. We're gonna get that, but if it takes until December to get that, you've lost the entire school year from a 4x4 plan to get to a point where it's working. So I would just say, don't wait for perfect. Do the plan, develop, continuously improve every day. It doesn't have to be all the way to great. Every little bit you can do in every little class, the more and more we can do it, you'll see, the kids will see more benefit quickly, so.
And I would just repeat on that, as far as that's the strength of our PLCs, because there is kind of pressure, if your other colleagues are doing this and they're doing a screencastify and kids are responding to that, and you're not doing that and your kids aren't responding, working together, that's the strength of the PLC.
And I think that's where you heard Mr. Anderson, the Whitney High School math teacher, talk about, okay, I did this last week, didn't work, I changed it this week, and that is how do we raise that to a system level, but that is what literally going on, and appreciate that honesty of, yeah, this didn't, and I got to switch.
Yeah, no, and I guess Mr. Estes, right? I had a problem. I put my camera up, and just the idea of continuously improving. I just want to hopefully we keep that, and we don't always wait for perfect or a good solution. We just need to get a little more feedback. Like keep trying, and we'll get better over time.
Thanks, Derek.
Thinking about RVC and the future, I wonder, as we near the end of this year and look at next year, would looking at other options other than Edgenuity that would be aligned to Common Core standards allow the district to provide this in the future and have a model that's easier for kids to jump in and out of? Because just myself, when I think about, could this potentially replace the way we've done independent study and become independent study? It's my understanding that part of the problem is independent study needs to be available for kids to pop in for a couple of weeks and pop out. Clearly, you can't do that with Edgenuity. So that was one thought, but clearly there's an interest and a demand here. What we don't know, but what I think we can assume, though, is that once the pandemic has passed, there will be demand, but much lower demand than we see now. So another question looking down the road is, would there be enough students that we could staff an RVC the way we're doing it now to still be viable? Mm-hmm. If you only have 250 students, would a handful of secondary teachers be enough to continue to provide it the way they're running RVC now? So maybe it's not an option going forward, and maybe when we leave the pandemic behind, we lose it and we just go back to independent study. But even if it's independent study, I think clearly there are a lot of lessons we can all learn. And if you think about it, the pandemic has forced all of us to change so many things in such radically different ways, which is incredibly stressful and difficult, but it's forced us to do it, and it's showed that we can do all of these things that we probably never thought we could. So I know it is so hard to look down the road and think about what comes next after the pandemic, but I can't imagine we will ever go back to what things were like in 2019. Most of the time that's said in the context of health and sanitation. Most of the time, I think that's said in sort of a negative way. The positive spin is, I don't think the way we're teaching kids will go back to 2019 in a good way. And that's exciting. It's a ways away. Like, we still have a ways to go, but it helps to have some silver lining. And it's gonna be really exciting in the years to come to see how different school is 5 years from now than it was a year ago, because I think it's only gonna be to the benefit of the students.
Awesome.
I would love to chime in on RVC there and just share, one of the pieces that I am so glad you highlighted is that we have incredible teachers in Rocklin Unified who have done amazing work since this pandemic started. And the level of instruction that we are offering now, I agree with you that we will never go back, right? We have teachers that just stepped in and learned so many things when it comes to technology that they are now implementing in their classroom. Related to Rocklin Virtual Campus, it's interesting because in June, the late June, the Rocklin Virtual Campus we were anticipating was about 500 students total.
Right.
250 elementary, 250 secondary, and the planning for that looked tremendously different than the planning in mid-July when we started realizing we were going to be over 1,800. And then what it did when we landed somewhere in the 1,300, and we've grown 150 to 200 students since the start of the school year into Rocklin Virtual Campus, which has become, as you heard tonight, some of its own challenges.
Right.
So, but looking at the curriculum moving forward, I think there is really an interest, especially at the elementary level, where the video-based instruction really does not exist out there, an off-the-shelf video-based instruction that you can just plug and play, right? We would rather utilize our teachers and lean into the curriculum that we have that has so many online features. We just knew that was going to be too much of a lift to say, come together teachers who have never worked together before and have never taught in a virtual campus and completely flip and design new instruction at grade levels that you have never taught before, right? That may be too much to ask of our really incredible people. But moving forward, we now, I think, are going to be able to say, plan for that in a more thoughtful process that we can take the time to say, what would a scope and sequence of a virtual kindergarten look like?
Right.
What would a scope and sequence of a virtual first grade look like? How much synchronous, how much asynchronous? Really get content specialists in there and truly develop something that, that can be better than where it is now. What we're doing right now is good. And it's amazing for where we were in June. But is it everything we think it can be, in the future? Not yet.
Yeah. Thanks, Hannah. Michelle?
Just appreciate all of your work. Really enjoyed the conversation and the feedback. That's where we always learn the most, is when we're dealing with the people in the trenches. And I really appreciate the not just hearing what's going well, also what the challenges are, and if there's something that we can do to help address those. I appreciate your conversation and talk about what can we do with professional development, how can we share it across the sites and across the district. Also, just want to be sure that we hear what was said a couple times, and that is, how can we help kids safely interact in small groups? Mm-hmm. And it sounds like that's needed for sure at elementary, but also it sounds like, on the high school level, the math curriculum. If the math curriculum is built this way, my goodness, we've got to figure out how we can do that. And it may look different in a math classroom, I'm not sure, but I definitely heard that. I want to address that. And again, just overall, always impressed with the growth mindset and the energy behind, hey, we're doing our best, and it's, we're going to continue to learn and grow every day. So,
thanks, Rochelle. Camille?
So, as everyone has said, thank you so much for all the work it takes to put this evening together, not only all the district staff, but also staff from the sites who've come and presented. Really appreciated the conversation around mental health, what we're doing to really look and help students who need extra support, and how to identify those kids and how important that is. So appreciate that, and look forward to that continuing to hear more about that and how that's working. One of the things I wondered about is in talking about where kids are, maybe kids are struggling a bit at home. Maybe they don't have the support they need for, parents are working or whatever, but they don't have the support they need. And we talked about bringing kids in, and that sounds like some of it. I also wondered truthfully, about community service and high school students who may be able, online, virtually, to support a kid who needs help. So could there be a connection there that, yes?
Travis.
Thank you.
You bet.
So actually, Whitney High School has a student tutor program that is offering exactly what you're talking about. Our announcements just went back live this week, and that offer is not only requesting students that want to be involved as a tutor, but also the process to request a tutor, and exactly offering community service. So that's one of the creative solutions for our campus, to find community service opportunities, as that is still a graduation requirement. So it is out there. I'm totally blanking on the name. I apologize to that group on campus. I'm sorry if you're listening. But yeah, it's a solution that is in the works right now.
But I will say, to that point, and to the thing Derek brought last week with the kids built, I mean, using our kids, it makes a lot of sense. It's awesome.
Yes, and yes.
Yeah,
So
right.
thank you for that. That's great. And I hope that Rocklin High is listening in case they don't have that, that they will do that as well.
Got it.
Game on.
Take those
So
notes.
Thank you very much. That's great. I agree with Rochelle. The comments about small group were pretty consistent, and how to deal with that, not only at elementary, but all the way up the line. So how we do that. So happy to see that, Bill, or hear that you and I are just really in sync on the library for nothing, I think. Well, no, that's not true. But it could be so helpful to teachers on Sunday night when they're looking for something, to be able to go to a library that is stocked with their stuff, to pull from there, easy to pull down and get that. So I think that's great. I think listening to the teacher from Valley View, special ed comes with its own set of hard challenges to make sure they're implementing so kids are getting what they need and how they need it. And so I know you will just continue to work on that, but I think that's one of the things that will be something we just keep our eye on. Most of all, technology, you heard that across the board. Some of that, you're doing a great job. It's just hard. That's so many devices, so many things. But clearly, and because we've now become a society that now, instantly make it work, we don't wait too long. Makes your job harder. So, but appreciate that still is, that still was pretty consistent across the board. And then finally, it was interesting to hear about RVC tonight. Clearly, I didn't know a lot about, how it was going, and so appreciate that. So, thank you.
Great, thanks, Camille. I'll add my thanks as well. This has been a great night. We really deeply appreciate it. It's been a great conversation, given that we're still here engaged in this. I think it speaks to how much we appreciate it. I want to really particularly thank you for the last 3 slides. This continuous learning perspective is fantastic. I love the thinking about how we can make it better, how we can, and I just, full stop, thank you. It's just great. And I think your ideas, your thoughts on how to move forward were fantastic. I also would say, as a key part, as you know, about continuous improvement is that you set a name, you set metrics, and then you check to see whether you're making them. So I would like to see that. So that was a great list. I would love to see from a board perspective what metrics you choose, and then report back to us the metrics. And again, if we don't make it, that's okay too, but just an understanding of what we're expecting to happen, how we know whether we're making it. And having that regular conversation with the board would be very helpful. I was excited to hear that RVC is doing MAP. We said we'd like to see MAP. I really particularly want to see a map from RVC, and I'd like to see it disaggregated by RVC so we can better understand. Because there's an argument that RVC may be making better progress because they're aligned to that or not, and I'd be interested to sort of see what we can learn from that. The final thing I'd say on that is just simply we talk about equity being at the middle, at the center. Let's make sure it continues to be at the center. So that was great. Slides and continuous learning around all of our kids. But I'd like Stacy to understand, how does special ed different? What is it that we need to provide for our special ed kids that isn't the same as every other kid? And what do we need to provide for our English language learners and our African American students? Because we see these gaps, right? Our African American students, our Hispanic students, in terms of their engagement, was significantly lower. So how are we know that, we have to respond differently to our English language learners and our kids in poverty in particular. So how are we thinking about that? How are we engaging differently with equity in the center? The final things are hybrid to hybrid, which is simply to say, I think sadly, we can unfortunately expect, no guarantee, but expect it's very likely we're going to be going back in between. We may end up going back into distance learning. We know that, but particularly thinking through now, what does that literally first day look like when all of a sudden you have to go back in distance learning, and how we can help prepare as we know we know it's likely to happen. So what can we do to help our teachers in that difficult transition? And the final thing I'll say is that days like this make me truly, not to be so, but truly RUSD proud. And the reason that I'm really, really proud right now is every day I come to a learning session, I leave feeling better about our district. I leave feeling much more strongly about the kids in Rocklin are getting phenomenal education. Again, I have this distinction to look across the state, and I know it's a struggle, but we are making enormous progress compared to a lot of kids around this country. And we all want more, but given what we are and given the way we're thinking about it, given the work of these amazing teachers and principals thinking this through, there's a lot to be proud of in Rocklin, and I appreciate this, and so thank you.
So, President Miller and trustees, this ends the first segment of our workshop, and so just to, I appreciate again what you've echoed, and again, given the fact that we've been pivoting quickly to get students on campus as fast as we can to literally pull this together, and folks to be able to do this is just huge capacity. Our intent, and who knows this year, is that this was the first in a series of 3 workshops on learning in unprecedented times in RUSD. So we appreciate that. So the next segment, and this can go as short or as long as you would like, is about naming school number 12. There's no decision tonight, but it's an opportunity to re-engage in hearing some of the suggestions the community made previously and allowing you to look at that. So with, so staff that is not required to be here, you are free to go and have your cold supper. And then I'm going to invite, Bill, if you can just click through to slide 7. I want to just do 2 framing slides for the board on this, and then we'll get out of your way. So.
I think PS12 works.
Go to slide 7? New York City style. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to kind of help Diana out here. I'm going to just help us all move. So we did a survey of the community and had over 300 responses. You have it, it's in your packet, you've seen it before. These names on the left were the most commonly suggested names out of that survey. The ones on the right were, as cabinet, we sat around and said, well, maybe we'll come up with a few suggestions too. So this is just to give you all just a sense of what the community most commonly came up, and then what we did in cabinet. And we'll come back to this slide, but I want to flip to the next one, and this is in your board docs segment, is our suggested criteria the board think about is that enduring, the values, the inspiring, and local connection. So we would urge you to think about the names in this kind of context. And with that, we can either flip back to the previous slide.
Yeah, let's do this. If we could flip back. And so, colleagues, I think the dream here, from Roger's perspective, is that we could narrow it down to give a clear indication of kind of where we're thinking, so he could then ideally bring to us at the next meeting a solution or a recommendation. That would be ideal. If we can't, we can't. But if there's a way we can sort of see we're leading in this direction, that'd be great. Eric looks pumped to spot. I'm going to turn to you. You've made the mistake of pushing, so I thought are you ready to talk?
Yeah, no, I remember thinking a lot about this last September, October.
Exactly.
when we were almost ready to do this. And then we had a vacancy and we made a board appointment, and Rochelle joined the board, and then COVID happened. So hopping in my time machine to a year ago, I just remember being struck by the fact that there are certain key place name words that we are already using in a lot of schools, which doesn't mean we don't want to use those words like Oak, Valley. Just look at a list of our schools. There would be something nice, I think, about picking a name that fits with our general scheme. I also thought we should pick something where the two-letter abbreviation will be different from every other school we have, because internally, the district constantly, the public probably doesn't realize this, but with the exception of the high schools in Granite Oaks, well, and Springview, all the elementaries, it's those two letters. And so I think we don't want to duplicate that. I like a lot of these names. I'll take one more minute. Ranch View, I think that's nice. The campus is literally in between Sunset Ranch and Valley View, and the name Ranch View is in between.
Look at
On
you.
the other hand, there is Ranch View, which is a street in Whitney Ranch, and this school will not be on that street. Is that confusing? Cabinet suggestion, Oakcrest, I think it sounds nice. That is the name of one of the subdivisions of Whitney Ranch. The builder would love that. I don't know how we feel about that. Something not on here, I actually like Canyon View, which is the name of the housing development right next to the school. I'm sure the builder would love that. The builder did not donate to the Rocklin Educational Excellence Foundation. I'm just pointing that out for no particular reason. But I'm sure the builder would love it, and I like that, but I don't know right now how we would feel about having the same name as a housing development. I think 5 years from now, nobody will remember or know. Like, ask yourself if you know the name of your little subdivision. You probably don't. But those are some of my ideas. And then I think just in general, in recent years, nationally, we have seen so many examples of why it can be really tricky to name places after people, because you never know what's going to happen in the future or what you're going to learn in the future.
Yeah.
So unless we're talking about Abraham Lincoln Elementary or Mother Teresa Elementary, I would say I don't think we should name it after a person, just to avoid what might happen in the future as people learn new things about the past.
Thanks, Eric. Derek.
So from
Where do you live, Derek? Oh,
Huh?
wait, never mind.
Yeah, right around the corner. So I would say from the fireman police standpoint, they would not like to see anything with Whitney, just because you have a Whitney High School, we have a Parker Whitney. If I have to call into somebody, it becomes another Whitney.
That's a good point.
We've seen a handful of ranches, and again, I live in Whitney Ranch, and we have a Sunset Ranch. I don't know if we need another ranch. Other than that, I like what Eric was saying, have a different letter combination. That's nice. And I'm with you on the people part. You never know what's going to happen. So, I mean, Quarry I guess we don't have any other quarries or other elementary schools that have quarry.
And you can
anyway.
pick anything you don't even on the list. You can
say-
invent
so-
something,
so,
you know? So-
Well, I don't mean, but so what, I think everything you just said makes enormous sense. But so it seems to me though that we're then getting down to Corey seems to be, which works for me. But does that? Okay. So I'm sorry. You done? Did it, Rochelle?
Some of the same thoughts. I definitely am going to shy away from somebody's name. I think Secret Ravine, isn't that Roseville, Secret Ravine?
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
housing development.
Street, right? Isn't there a street
Well,
Secret
it's
Ravine?
it's like
But there's
yeah, it's a
Oh, it's a
subdivision area
subdivision? Okay.
bordering Rockland. So
Not very secret.
I love the idea of Quarry, since that really pulls in, some of Rockland's history and area. I think Oakcrest is really pretty. I looked over the ones that are highlighted on the board docs, and
Yeah.
I did like Hillcrest. There's also Granite Trail. We have Granite Oaks. Do we have any other granites?
I mean, I will say that I do like, I actually do like Corey as well in the sense that it's very clearly reminiscent of our history, and we don't have a Corey
Yeah.
as of yet.
I think,
But it,
So Quarry Oaks and Quarry
Are you gonna be
Ridge are
hater
pretty.
of Quarry?
Quarry
Yeah.
Trail.
so I still vote for PS 12.
Excellent, excellent. I think you
We
just
go-
stick there, exactly. I love it.
Public school 12.
I'm like, what is this?
Right, right.
This
How
is
they
pre
do
my
it in New
time. I
York.
did not know
Yeah.
this.
But since I don't
But,
think
yeah, since
that'll
you're going to
pass-
lose that vote.
Yes, I agree. Pleasant Valley reminds me of a monkey song out of the 60s, isn't it?
Pleasant Valley Highway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. So,
Southern California schools.
Yeah.
okay. I agree. I think I would go for Quarry Elementary. I think Quarry Trail is a little bit much, but Quarry Elementary.
What about Quarry Ridge or Quarry Oaks?
Thing with Quarry Trail is QT. On the QT. We're on the QT.
yeah,
Quarry Ridge?
I guess it's not near any of the quarries.
True, it's
That
not.
doesn't matter, but my
Yeah.
first thought is, well, it's not near.
Okay, work with it.
Yeah, okay.
But, so for me, I don't, I like quarry, I just like pretty straightforward. Oops, sorry. But open to others.
My only,
Or-
it's not, I think you're hearing us come around Corey, which is kind of exciting. So, I'm trying to think, I've been by there a bunch of times. It's not, there's something, I know, I don't mean to be as literal as I'm gonna be, but there's not really on a ridge, and I've always like, when I say Valley View actually has a view of the valley, and which kind of makes sense to me. So, that's my only thing with the ridge is, I'm not sure it makes sense, because it's not on a ridge.
Okay.
So.
It's got a nice view, though. I
Well,
think it's.
kind of, but it won't, because the housing,
Oh,
once the
as they
development goes
build
around
the
it, it's gonna be,
houses, yeah.
it's gonna be surrounded by housing. It could be Corey Corey subdivision, elementary school, which seems not very exciting.
Well, thank you for not picking Lazy Trail.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
Right.
Yeah, the streets are Lazy Trail and Jamboree.
Right.
Yeah.
As an elementary student, I would love to go to a school called Jamboree something, but I don't know.
Although we should maybe, because to counteract the street, maybe we should make a really excited elementary school to combat Lazy Trail.
So you go Quarry Trail, you can go Quarry in the trail.
Oh, keep with the trail?
On our list.
Is there any
Or-
subdivision out there? Because I agree, I think it won't matter in 20 years, but if you pick something that's kind of reminiscent of a subdivision that's out there, if I'm living in.
You mean the name of the subdivision?
Yeah, the name of the subdivision, if I'm living in
Tons
the
of
one
them.
next door, I'm gonna go,
Subdivision you live in now?
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Lutheran Court.
That's the name of your, yeah, exactly. So I actually drive, my name's on the thing, I drive by it every day, I couldn't tell you
What
it
I
is.
can do is Craig's here, and Craig is kind of our master of facilities. I can ask Craig between this coming to the board as an action item to see if there's any quarry-named subdivisions that we would then say, oh, we would exclude them.
Don't work too hard, but.
I don't
wait.
think it, I don't
No,
think it matters.
I mean in the Rocklin.
I think we're close.
I meant in that area.
Were you gonna say something? But I hear you.
I was just gonna say, there's also, if you look through the list of the things that have quarry, there's Quarry Hills, Quarry Oaks, Quarry Ranch, Quarry Ridge, Quarry Rock, Quarry Valley, and Quarry Trail.
Wow, that's a lot of quarries.
Those were all like on our
Oh, I
list
see.
that
Oh,
we-
those are the things that were voted on, yeah.
They
yeah,
weren't
yeah.
they were maybe suggested 3 or more.
I see.
Just trying to put it together. And if it's Lazy Trail, I don't like the lazy piece, but if you keep the trail part and the quarry part,
Quarry
to me,
Trail.
it's a simple, easy, you have the name theme on both.
So you like Corey Trail?
I like Quarry Trail.
So it's gonna be Hardworking Trail Elementary School.
Exactly. No, Corey.
Sorry, we've been here too long.
Do you like Corey Trail?
You want us to get to a point where we narrow it down tonight?
Well, and I mean,
God, if we can.
We're not, to be
They-
clear, if we all agree, we're not voting on it tonight. It
right,
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
yeah,
We
but-
have
but
to,
I
we have
mean,
to.
if you all said, this is the one we think we want to go with, then I'll bring it as an action item on the 21st, and we're there. If you're saying, well, we're down to a quarry, and give us 2 to 3 to think about over the next few days, or the weeks, we can say, okay, you've narrowed it down to quarry blank, quarry, great. You can always come up with something different, and I would urge you to drive out there to 810 Lazy Trail and go look at the site. It just, one, you'll be impressed at it.
So we can go with the PS12.
It's
I
got-
like
yeah.
it. Okay.
It has
If you
an
wanna come up with, like,
impressively engineered large retaining wall on the back.
Yeah, so
Which looks like a cliff.
Right.
Yeah.
But a cliff is precarious.
sure there's
Maybe
no
that's the
public-
ridge.
maybe we can come up with, what are the ones you're narrowing to?
I think we're gonna be at Corey Elementary, Corey Trail Elementary, and then, I think
I still like Quarry Ridge and Quarry Oaks.
we could throw those in there if you want.
Is
Those are 4, that's good.
Yeah,
is
great.
quarry going to be easy for most young elementary kids to say?
Yeah, because you're gonna translate.
As an elementary speech therapist husband, no. But
An
it is
important
gonna
part
be,
of local history
but
they
it'll
can
it'll
learn
give her a
how to
full-time work,
pronounce it.
is making sure that she,
Yeah.
QT. They are, that's what they'll say.
if we call it Corey Trail, right.
Yeah.
I go to QT.
Okay, so then I've heard 4, and we will bring this back on October 21st as an action item. These are the 4. If there's any of these that are a subdivision in that immediate area, we'll let you know.
Yeah.
And is there anything else you want us to do?
The only thing, we don't need to do this, but we could, I don't know, again, those names were submitted by our community. We could put those 4 up, like we could do a Google poll, a very simple one, and we wouldn't even have it, just put it up on a thing. And if anyone wanted to go look at it, they could. I mean, I don't know that we need to.
Then they would
Okay,
consider
never
that.
mind. I withdraw my motion, for lack of a second.
Then we will.
Exactly. I'm still hoping. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna
Then
create a
we will
bot
bring
and go
this
vote
back
for it.
to you in 2 weeks. You all are clearly been here too long.
Yes, exactly.
And so we will bring it back, and if you, again, have any thoughts or questions between then, let us know. Again, I urge you to drive out there and visit 810 Lazy Trail Lane, or if you haven't, and thank you so much.
Can I just say, I think we could still continue to brainstorm some around Corey. If we like Corey, I think we can continue to think about it. I wonder if any of the historic quarries in town, if their names would provide any further inspiration. And last note, if we're leaning towards quarry, this probably doesn't matter, but I think to myself, a quarry is a hole. It's a hole in the ground, and if you pair that with a word that means like a hill or something high, I feel like
Makes no sense.
that's a weird dichotomy. But
Quarry
if
Mountain.
it sounds good, so like, I don't know, Quarry View, Quarry Ridge, Quarry, I'm gonna say Quarry a whole lot of times over the next week or two, and
There you go. And it's like a kid's name. You got to shout it, you got to yell it, you got to say it quietly and see what
Yeah,
sticks.
all right.
And people will put this on their shirts and on their refrigerators and all that good stuff. But okay, this is great work tonight. Thank you so much. We'll bring this back to you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other final comments from the board? We're all good on that? Okay, with that, seeing no public comment, I'm going to close that, move on to close it, and then the October 7th, 2020 board study session is now adjourned.